Good morning, good morning, good morning, all. Good morning, world. How the divilly are you all this morning? Or good evening, as I was greeted with by one fellow viewer. Good evening, good day, hello, hello, hello. For some reason, my chat is just a little bit behind, so I will revert to that one. So we'll say some good mornings. Good morning, boarding Brit. Good evening, he actually put. So hello, hello, hello. Hello, Mookie, LD Tech, EDM, LD Tech Pro, Briz Tech, and Noob Thinker. Good morning, all. Good morning. Thought I'd do a quick update. You know what I'm like for talking in the morning? Can't get my words out. 2 cups of tea down, cup of coffee, quick dog walk, school run, and I still can't get my words out. So, yeah, I thought I would do a update to where we left it on Tuesday, I think it was. Did 2 streams on Tuesday. Did the morning stream with the big desktop computer, which is still sat there, just waiting collection. That's now all done. With the twin SLI graphics cards. So yeah, that one got all done on stream. I think we got all that one done, in fairness. Then we moved on to a couple of data recovery jobs, and we started a laptop, but then I had to shoot as well, that you will remember. I had to scoot off to Miss Parky. Did Mookie? You were in, I think you were watching Michael's stream, Reflex's stream, at that point. So yes. Morning, Pitco. Morning, Pitco. So yeah, we did. You can by all means go back and watch it. It's not a bad stream, in fairness. That one. That is a hell of a big computer. Twin SLI Titan graphics cards. It had a water cooler, but water cooler's failed. Motherboard had failed, so replaced the motherboard, replaced the water cooler, and then set up and configured all of that. Removed a bit of a few fans and whatnot, and tinkered around with it, and then got that one as it was, and then moved on to a data recovery, which I'll get onto here, because got an update on that. Did some more work on that yesterday. It's difficult to do data recovery on stream because obviously we're recovering customer data, so you're looking at my pretty face and not actually the action. And as much as, let's be honest, you all like looking at this, it's not as interesting as watching tech or even paint dry or grass grow, in fairness, but hey, we won't get into that. So we managed on that one, which was this data recovery job that I did. This is the one which was absolutely sodden with hot glue. I've had the port off. I'll just put it on just to retest it once I've done it. But I ended up wiring to each pin and putting it on a breakout board so I could read it. Morning, Andy. Morning, Tom. Morning, Sharky. We're getting a few people coming in now. Good morning, people. So yeah, I ended up actually wiring to each pin and putting it on a breakout board and then connecting it straight up to my
PCDD, you little shit.
reader. Morning, Mike. Good morning. I am a little ship. So what we've managed to do off there, this was in, if you remember, it was the wedding photos, which was in this rather nice, I won't show the customer's name, but rather nice USB holder where they'd literally hot glued it into the thing and it had damaged the stick basically. In 2018, the customer had got no other record of his data. Now the good news is, if I find out what I've got, I think I managed to get, and I'll give you an update on what I did manage to get. Let's minimize that down. What was his name? I can't remember his name. Oh, there we go. I've done 5 data recovery jobs in the last 2 days. So we've managed to get 597 photos and videos back, 3.36 gigabyte. I don't know how many was on there. The customer didn't know either. But there's certainly close to 600 that he didn't have 3 days ago. And the drive is totally and utterly, yeah, it's gone completely as that drive now. So it's better than it was before, and there's a couple of videos on there as well. So hopefully, precious memories, and I need to ring him today. He needed quite a bit more work than we originally discussed, but that is one positive. We then did a laptop, if you remember, for another customer where it had got actually water damage, and it was a strange one. It was booting to the BIOS, so it posts to the BIOS, but as soon as it started loading any operating system, after about 30 seconds, it had blue screen with a BIOS ACPI issue, and we found a little bit of liquid damage around the GPU power rail, one of the MOSFETs and a cap. So we removed the cap, took the MOSFETs off, and we still had quite a low resistance reading. So I had to then jump off stream because I had commitments. I had to take daughter to youth club. So I did start it when I got back, just didn't restream because I only had an hour. So I didn't restream it. So what I've ended up doing there, I replaced, there was actually 4 MOSFETs in total. So I took all 4 off, replaced all 4 with some donor parts. Replaced one of the coils, there were 2 inductor coils in it, replaced one of the coils because I don't know, it just didn't feel right with how it was looking. So I replaced those, still didn't work, and ended up reflowing the VRAM chips on the board. And luckily enough, then got it all working and posting through to Windows. So was it just the reflowing of the VRAM chips? I don't know. Was it the MOSFETs as well? Because certainly one of them had gone, probably with the liquid. So that were a good result in fairness. But I spoke to the customer and they wanted their data off the drive. So I did data recovery on the drive anyway. Managed to get 58 gigabytes of data off there for them because that were all the business stuff. So yeah, the laptop as it is now is not required anyway. So there's that. And then we did another memory stick for data recovery, and the firmware on the controller has gone on that one. So I can't get the firmware, I can't get the thing, but they did say that wasn't vitally important, that one. It was only a backup of a backup of a backup, so they didn't really want to spend any money on that, so I didn't charge them for that. And I think they were the ones which I did on stream. I had another couple of data recoveries in where we've managed to get, I don't know what I got on the other data recovery. It finished last night. I just set it to switch off once it's done. We have got on that one, crikey, that's a big number. Put that over there so I can read what it says. It's still counting. This was all his year-end tax returns and everything else. And what this customer had done, he had bought himself a new laptop in end of March for new tax year, like small businesses sometimes do, and put a USB stick in his old laptop, copied his stuff onto USB, plugged it into the new laptop, copied it onto his new laptop, into the respective folders, logged into OneDrive and everything else. Brilliant. After about 4 or 5 days, his stuff disappeared off his new laptop. Couldn't figure out why. Morning, Farm Tech. Good morning. Couldn't figure out why, so we took it to Curry's PC World in the UK. So we've got 68 gigabytes of that. Took it to PC World in the UK, who had a look at it, couldn't do anything. They did do what they should have done, which were log into his online version of OneDrive to see where all his data had gone. And it wasn't there, it wasn't in recycle bin. So he rang me, and after quite a lengthy conversation on the phone, I said, we've got 2 options. We've either got the option that you've deleted yourself inadvertently. If you're telling me nobody else has got access to the account, you've either deleted it yourself or you've had a virus hack or scam. I said, but the problem is with a virus hack or scam, they're all money orientated. So if you are going to get compromised, there's a financial or monetary reason behind it. So the person writing that virus just doesn't do it because they're a bit bored. They write it to generate some type of income. And they're usually quite well organised businesses with teams throughout the writing process and scamming or whatever thing. So if it's not that, it's got to be the first one. As much as we don't want to admit it, it's probably the first one where you've deleted it yourself, and it's user error. So I did dress it up a little bit nicer than that, but ultimately that's what it is. So again, after quite a bit more conversation and digging through a bit of a conversation with him, what he had said he had done, and then I followed this fact down. When he copied the stuff onto his new laptop, he had then thought, well, I don't want to leave it on my old laptop, so I will delete it. Deleted it off his old laptop, then switched his old laptop off. But he had turned his old laptop back on a couple of days ago. So because that was the primary laptop on the OneDrive account, OneDrive had then looked at it a few days later and said, oh, hold on a minute, I don't look like that laptop. They've deleted a load of stuff. I must need to delete them off my OneDrive as well, because obviously delete them out of the OneDrive active folder on his old laptop, which has then deleted it from OneDrive, which is then subsequently fed down and deleted it off his new computer, because obviously his new computer was looking at OneDrive because it had resynced. Customer wasn't aware that it's a mirror, so that was basically the problem with that. Couldn't get it back because it had gone off the new one, in essence gone off the old one, and obviously disappeared off OneDrive as well, and not gone into the recycle bin of OneDrive. Because if you're not aware, your OneDrive website, if you log on to your personal one, does have a recycle bin. So if you do delete stuff, it can still reside in there. So you've still got a possibility, but that was empty as well. So rather than doing a data recovery on his new laptop, because he needed to use that, and it was a digital drive as well. Morning, Joseph. We agreed that I would do it on his old computer because it's a mechanical drive, which is that one just there. So, cut long story short, he wanted just Word and Excel documents because that was all his stuff, and I said that's what I would search for. Good news is, what did I just say, 68 gigabytes of data. I've not looked through it because I don't look through it, but I'll be ringing him today just to say, brilliant news, we've got 68 gigabytes. He is fully aware that there will be a massive percentage of that which is garbage, because that's how data recovery is, because it's only software data recovery that I've done on that one. Didn't need any hardware repairs. But if it gets him back any of the files, it's better than none of the files. So, but yeah, a lot of people get confused. A bit like on your Apple devices as well, your iCloud on Apple, is it Apple Cloud or iCloud or whatever it is? That's the same scenario. It's a mirror of your phone. The amount of people which say, oh, it's in there, so they'll delete the photos off their iPhone or iPad and then it disappears from the cloud. Inadvertently, they don't realise that, but it's a mirror. It will work as a backup, but you've got to create a individual folder somewhere else in OneDrive and put your stuff into that, as opposed to working on the active folders, which is desktop documents and photos. I think it creates as active folders. So you've got active folders in OneDrive and you've got non-active. If you create a non-active folder, it won't delete it. If you create an active folder like the default ones, it will automatically sync up and down and remove from all devices. So if you are using that, just be a bit cautious. Fortunately, there were no data encryption. Just makes it a bit easier for data recovery, really. So there were none of that. So where we are today, we're going to be doing, that's coming, that desktop just there. That one came in yesterday. Strange one, this one here. I'll tell you another story, another one I did yesterday as well. But that one, I'll tell you what's wrong with that one. That one has got an issue with the NVMe drive. He was using his computer and it went off. And then it wouldn't detect the NVMe drive. It's only got one drive and it's got an M2 NVMe drive. Wouldn't detect it and it keeps saying couldn't find a boot drive. So we would all then assume, rightly or wrongly, or presume, that it's a faulty drive, it's a failing drive, it's a corrupt version of Windows. So he went into his BIOS, the drive wouldn't show him. So quite rightly, he's done the right thing, which he thought it's a faulty drive. He's ordered himself another drive. He's installed the drive, the new drive still won't detect. He then sent that one back because he thought that was faulty, ordered yet another drive, put that in, still would not detect. Wouldn't even see it in the BIOS as a viable drive. So he's then rung me. He sent the other two drives back, the new two, so he's got his old drive. I've got obviously plenty of test drives. I'm thinking on that one, it's either very unlucky that he's had two damaged drives, or there's an issue with the board. I think it's doubtful that there's anything wrong with the connector, mainly because a connector wouldn't just break generally unless it had some type of external influence, like forced damage cleaning or something like that, or it's something like the BIOS, which is going to be iffy, or something like that, an EC chip or something like that. So that's one we're going to look at certainly today, maybe this morning as well. We have this laptop which came in. Oh, this came in yesterday, Tuesday, I can't remember when that came in. But that one's going to be looked at today. That's a power issue. I've not even turned that on. He tells me it won't power up and won't work. And I did press the button on it, and only thing what happens, the button illuminates. That's it. Nothing else. Brain dead computer. He's tried disconnecting the battery, and nothing. Caps light, nothing comes on. So that's probably one we'll look at first. In fairness, so we'll do that. After we've done those two, I've got 4 more coming in today at varying times. I've got one coming in this morning, which is he's been compromised and been scammed. Took a phone call. I've had a few of these this week as well, where he's took a phone call and he's actually given quite a bit of information. Did one yesterday for a customer, and they took 12.5 grand or tried to take 12.5 grand in a matter of 2 days out of him for that. It's just frightening. So he's managed to get all that blocked and sorted, and then I got another one coming yesterday. Rang me, wanted it doing instant. I said I can't do it instantly, but drop it off by all means. So ended up getting a taxi through, brought it in to me, and he'd been cleaning it and it didn't work after he cleaned it, so I couldn't figure out why it worked. So he changed his power supply, changed his RAM, swapped his hard drives in and out, did all sorts, so it couldn't get it to work. So I brought it in yesterday, I put it on its side, looked through the glass panel like you do, took the glass panel off, plugged his on and off switch in because it was slightly off, turned it on and it worked straight away. So customer was delighted but absolutely furious with himself that it was just something as simple as pushing the little pin connector down onto the pins to get the on and off working. So it's like I said to him, sometimes it's not a case of fixing a problem and how long it takes to fix, it's knowing what to look for. I didn't charge him for that. He left me a brilliant review on Google for it, because it took a matter of seconds. But it just shows us sometimes that even the simple things, if you don't know or you don't look at it because you don't assume it's what that, sometimes it can be the little things. So they're not all glamorous jobs, but sometimes a little thing like not putting your connector on, you can then go like he did. He went down a rabbit hole changing RAM, power supply and hard drives, and he's thinking it's a motherboard issue, and it just weren't. It'd not plugged his on and off button on. So yeah, we are where we are with that one. And then there was something else I was just going to mention. I'm sure it'll come back to me. Can't remember. Oh, I didn't stream it last week. I had a customer come, and they originally came because they said they'd been scammed. And anyway, I'll fast forward a little bit in conversation, because conversation went on about 2 hours on phone because I was trying to help them. They decided to bring the laptop down to get wiped because the scammer had access to the laptop. So they brought the laptop down, and they brought another laptop what they had down, and they wanted the one fully wiping. So I quoted them for that, which they then chose not to have done because they said they will just take the risk and continue using it. I did say, well, if they've got access to it now, they'll have access to it later. I said, look, there is a lot of stuff I can tell you, but it takes about 2 hours. We can sit down and do it. But they wanted me to kind of run through it all there and then. I said, I'm not going to get into it because it'll just provoke a lot of questions with you, because I do a 2-hour training course for people on different aspects of cybersecurity. And in fairness, once they've gone through the training course, if they adhere to it, they're probably about 95% protected, certainly from spam. It's an amazing way that I deal with spam, to instantly identify any fake spam, phishing attempts and things like that. And if you implemented it, it would cut down 95% of your spam. But anyway, so they decided to have a password removed, wanted it doing there and then. So I can't do it there and then. Again, fast forward a little bit, I removed the password from the second laptop, texted them and said it's all ready, given the payment terms, cash or bank transfer. Didn't hear anything, and then they came to the door and to collect, and I said, oh, well, we weren't expecting you because you've not paid. Are you paying cash? No, I paid on bank transfer, and showed me a screenshot of a bank transfer. And I'm like, oh right, I'll just check mine. So gets my phone out, checks mine. It's a £40 bill, this. £40 bill, so it's not a big bill. It is for some people, but it's not, you know, it's not going to close the business. And I'm not going to retire on it. So just to put it in perspective, guys. I then said, oh, it's not come through. I can't release it. Well, can you release it? Look, you can see on my phone it's come through. I said, well, I can see on your phone it's done. I said, but until it's in my bank, I can't release it. I says, so no. Well, I've paid. I went, I know you're saying you've paid. I said, but your bank might claw that money back. I don't know why, but it's not showing on mine. I can't release it. I said, unfortunately, when I go to Tesco shopping, it's called shoplifting if I walk out without paying. They don't like me doing it. I said, so I've got to kind of bring the same sense into my business, which is if it's not paid for, I can't release it. I said, so you're more than welcome to wait if you're saying you've done it. I said, but if you've not done it, it'll have to be cash. No, I've definitely done it, adamant that they've done it. Anyway, I said, fine. So waited about an hour outside in the car, finally came to the door with the cash and went, oh, well, I'll just pay you cash and just give me money back if and when it goes in. Well, if and when? That was Friday last week. Fast forward to today, the money has still not gone into my account. And reason where I'm getting to on this one is there's a new scam going about, and I've seen this on some local Facebook groups, and some people, there's certainly one person going around the local area, and they've got the face all over Facebook now because they've scammed easily a dozen people now, where they're saying, look, I've lost my card, I'm locked out of my bank accounts, I need to buy a train ticket, I need to buy, I think he was saying he needed to go back home to Ireland, and he needed to buy X, Y and Z tickets. He's got wife and 2 kids in car. Can you please loan me some money? What I'm prepared to do is transfer it in front of you on this app. If you can go to the bank and draw it out of your account, give me cash, I'll transfer you £350, but you give me 300 because I'm desperate. And he, you know, apparently is extremely convincing. And a few people's been caught with this. As much as we all think cynically, crikey, I can't believe that. When you're in the moment, some people will get caught. Somebody put this post on there, and there's an app what you can download to Android devices, which is a fake banking app. And from what I could read in the post is you can put the legitimate details of the person you're transferring it into, name, account number, sort code, whatever amount, and it'll actually go through the process of looking like it's transferred. And then obviously you say to them, look, I'm going to do it whilst I'm stood with you. And when they put that post on, just to warn people, about another dozen people came back and said, yeah, unfortunately I got caught out. Mine were only 50 quid. Somebody else got caught out for a couple hundred quid. They were a business who had been trying to a cafe, which had said, look, you know, we'll transfer money, you can have food on us, sort of thing. So that's where I was going with the other one. Just wondering whether it was the fake banking app to do that. Because in the past I have let people off with it, but you become a little bit wary. But it's a terrible society if there's somebody going round and going to all that effort to do that. Fake banking app scam been on BBC scam programme about a year ago. I didn't. Yeah, I mean, I obviously knew they existed as such, but it's never come to light like that. I know hackers use them and scammers use them. They clone the sites, but yeah, not really encountered one on a mobile phone. But yeah, it just sickens me a little bit, because chances are the people what they're actually taking the money from are the ones which can't really afford it, but they're doing it out of the goodness of compassion and empathy, feeling in the same situation as what they are. But I think it's like a lot of crime and things like that. It's the people which get affected, which are the ones, you know, it's not the Elon Musk or the Jeff Bezoses in the world who get scammed out of 50 quid. It's little Dorothy who just needs to go home and feed her cats and buy stuff for grandchildren or whatever, I don't know, down to families trying to make ends meet when parents have got 3 different jobs. It's just, yeah, it's just not good. Everyone struggles in the world, so I just find it thing. But that's how it had affected me. That I do believe that it might have been a fake banking app, and I've got no reason to think that, apart from the fact that the payment's never shown up. But anyway, Tom, thanks for the information. I will only accept payment via website or eBay from now on. Well, we won't even get on to PayPal. PayPal have 7 years to claw money back, apparently. I don't use PayPal anymore. Yeah, there's there's been a few on Facebook Marketplace locally as well, Mookie. Just referring to jewellery. Somebody not long back had sold, all of all things, some fishing gear, and they'd put on there, please watch out for this woman. She's come to buy all this fishing gear off me, £300. Paid me
PCDD, you little shit.
Paid me, morning cows. Paid me £300 at the door. They tried to deposit in the bank, building society, post office, wherever, at a shop. Turns out the money's fake, and she's paying with counterfeit money. And I've seen some of this money. Some of this money is really convincing. And when they put that post on, again, another dozen people came forward and said, yeah, I've been caught by the same one. And they described woman, and it was more or less the same description. So whether they do the rounds around the country, don't know. But yeah, you've just got to have your wits about you with everything, can't you? It's, you know, criminals don't always wear masks. That's reality, isn't it? That's reality. But anyway, morning James, morning Chris, morning cows, Jazz, morning guys, morning. So let's get on with this. That's my morning. Have I been rabbiting for nearly 30 minutes? Oh my God. I have got Gil, one of my lovely customers, who's the one who got scammed yesterday on the phone, dropping off this morning. So when he does drop off, he'll probably want a little bit of conversation with me. Ever such a nice guy. He's 87 years old. So when he comes, I will pop you on mute. Obviously, we'll have video, but I will pop you on mute when he comes, because he will want to have a conversation, because he's very concerned about how this scam has affected him and things like that. So I did tell him yesterday to contact his banks and primarily change his email password on a clean system to something else, because email is the way into your digital life, and as we all know, our digital life sadly reflects our physical life, and if hackers have got access to it, they'll do all sorts of damage. So for me, email address, email account, securing that is up there with calling your bank, and they should be the first few actions you do. Change your email password, lock them out there, and then concentrate on your banking and things like that to stop that, because we all know they've got automatic programs which will do it. But anyway, yeah, I get asked, because I sold a welder the other day, of all things, an electric welder, whatever it is. I only wanted 25 quid for it. Weighed an absolute ton. And they were like, can I pay by bank transfer? No, I'm not doing that. Two-factor authentication. James, I will get onto that then. Since you've brought that up, I'll tell you some interesting things about two-factor authentication. They can easily be cloned and compromised. And there's a scam involving, if you have got two-factor authentication and they're on the phone with you, they will say, right, well, have you got two-factor authentication? Yeah, I've got it on my bank. Right, I'm going to send you a code for your two-factor authentication, and they'll send you a text message which says it's from Santander, for example, or Barclays, or whoever you bank with, HBC or whatever bank you're with, and obviously code won't work because they've just made that up. So they'll then say, well, if it's not working on my side, you might need to do it from your phone. Can you access a code and read me code out, and then I can verify it with my side, then we'll do it all the way around. So that's how they get around it. They do it with a bit of reverse. I'll send you one which doesn't work, but if that's not working, you need to give me a real one so I can then check it on my system. Oh, that one's worked. So then they've got access to it. But yeah, apparently two-factor authentication can also be sniffed out over air as well. So it's not as easy as you'd think to get done. I think my first drop-off might be here, so we'll do that. So, yeah, scammers. I mean, you'll have heard me on the phone when I stream, that I get so many phone calls because it's a public phone number, and some of them will be scammers as well, to see if they can dupe you with a public phone number, because I use the phone number for absolutely everything. So any websites you register with and things like that. I do have a really sneaky trick though to identify whether it's a scammer or not. And obviously, as we all know, anybody ringing up trying to help you is always a scammer. An organisation hasn't got the manpower to ring a person and say, I'm going to help you. They're not the Samaritans. They're a business trying to generate money for themselves. The only people which will ring you up to say, by the way, I need to help you, are scammers, because they're trying to generate money, and the way to get money out of you by helping you. And they're not helping you, they're scamming you out your money. So the golden rule for my customers is, anybody ever rings you to say, I need to do this to help you, treat them as a scammer. Or if you want to go one stage further, treat them as a scammer anyway. They do. Well, I thought I'd got a copyright strike the other day, and it turned out it was from YouTube. It was for some music in one of my streams. I don't even remember music, but YouTube now gives you the facility to delete the music, so I just click delete the music. But it says you can't monetize the whatchamacallit, the track, the stream. I'm not monetized anyway, so it won't make any difference to me. And with amount of views, but you can imagine some of the bigger streamers, if they get a threat of a copyright strike or a threat of a takedown or whatever it's called, it's like any. It goes back to DDoS attacks, doesn't it? They're all the same. It's just a way of restricting a business to generate its own income, whether they're a YouTube streamer or a big corporate business getting a DDoS or something like that. It's the same scenario. Right, we will get my power supply rigged up and see where we go with this. Right, that one there, we'll zoom out. We're going to look at this one first. So we'll get our HP's power supply. I have got this customer just pulled up outside, but he's not out of the car yet. So I will continue working until he gets out of the car, because I don't know why he's not out of the car, but yeah, we'll see what happens when he gets out of the car. That's it. I've got somebody coming in with this, two screen issues coming in today as well. Two gaming laptops with screen issues, and got another laptop coming in with no power as well. So yeah, fair bit today. Fair bit. So customer did say he had opened this himself, which I can tell. I had a nice chat with him actually, because he was an F1 fan, and we were discussing Mr. Hamilton to see if Mr. Hamilton would have any success at winning any type of race this year, let alone championship. So we're in a bit of a break, aren't we, with that at the moment. So if we do system start and go to memory, let's see if I can shift 3. No, I'm just going to turn that off a second and just put this on 19 volts. Shift 3, memory 3. I'll put my power supply on this. I was talking to MX Power the other day when we did this on stream, and he's modifying this again. So if anybody is wanting a brilliant piece of software for, I'm just going to knock my current down a little bit because I'm on 7 amps. I don't want 7 amps. Set that to 5. Enter. Done. Link. And on. There we go. So we're set at 19.5 volts on 7 amps, 5 amps, sorry, as a supply. So we've got MX Power's, this is his software that he's developed. So we've got a nice trace here. There's actually a new one coming as well, with some other bits and bobs on. So we've got that there as well. Morning, Ronnie. Good morning, morning, morning. Oh, weather's better today, Ronnie, for you. We're going to be using the Jabiu UD1700, which is the charger emulator. I use this quite a lot, certainly on HPs, Lenovo's and Dells, because there's one that's effects. So we're going to select, it's off at the moment, so we'll slide that up to HP. I have my customer here. So we're going to, I'm just going to put you on mute 2 seconds, guys, while I deal with this. Okay, guys, this is my customer who has been compromised. So I will pop you on mute while I speak to him, obviously, just for customer and data protection. I'm not going to disappear away, but we'll hopefully get this done speedily. Then we'll get onto this HP laptop, and I think it's been waiting outside. So 2 minutes, guys. But I'll give you a bell when it's all ready, and then we'll work from there on.
Thank you.
All right. See you later. Have a good day. Ta-ra, bye. Right, that's the gentleman who got scammed. He was just saying they did it yesterday, and within 2 hours they tried to take £1,200 out of his bank account for the scam. Unfortunately, his bank has managed to stop some of that. No morning, no worries, Pristec. No worries. Anyway, guys, what I was saying about this, we'll get back onto this one. We shouldn't have any more interruptions now until lunchtime. I've got another 3 coming at lunch. So, yeah, this thing here is a charger emulator. So we're going to select HP, which is that one down. And it's probably going to need maybe a 90-watt charger, which is 1.5 volt. Center pin. So we'll stick that into the power. And we'll keep an eye out on morning Glilshire. So good morning. So if you keep an eye out up here, I've not switched it on, so I don't know what it is going to show. But customer did say he had tried it, so we'll flick it on now. We have a little bit of current draw. Oh, we can see the spikes. You can see the spikes, but that looks like a healthy current draw. So look at that 1.8 amp. Now, he did say he bought a new charger a few weeks back. That looks like a healthy, and it's still fluctuating a little bit. If you can see, you've just got a bit of variable in it, which means it's not static. That looks like it's a charge voltage because it's going down, charge current, so because it's going down. And it's depleting because obviously it's realizing that the battery is charged. That looks like a really good charge thing. So we'll just move the customer's details off there. Morning, Pitco. Morning. Yeah, 1.4 volt. I'm going to press the power button, which is this button just here. We'll see if we can zoom in. So we can see the power button's illuminated. But we have no difference in current. Bizarre, isn't it? No activation on the caps lock light. Should be a little light just here. No activation there, but we have power. So just keep an eye on the current draw when I go to turn it off. So I'll press and hold the power button. Keep an eye on the current draw, which is just above my knuckles. Right, so that's now off. So it recognised that I had done something. So the EC chip's obviously coming to life because we've got charge and everything else. So we'll go to turn it on again. Ah, that time it's done something. You see it fluctuate, but we've still got a brain dead laptop. Nothing on there. It's now static. Now it's dropping a little bit. So we're going to flick that off and come down there. So we have got some current and things like that. This could be. What do guys think it is? Because I've got my own opinion on what I think it might be. So what's everyone's thought? Is it a short on the board? Is it a failed MOSFET? Is it a BIOS issue? Is it a drive issue? Is it a keyboard issue? Is it a charger port issue? Let's see what people think it is. I've got an idea, but please be aware that what I think it is might not necessarily be what it is. Frozen BIOS. I think that's a good shout on that one, EDM. Very good shout on there. Got a screw missing there. I say I have not seen this morning's MX. I saw yesterday's one. I've just been so busy. Yeah, I've seen that one from yesterday. I went out for a meal last night. Sorry about that. MX Power reference that. And so on. So I will. I'll get that sorted today. Thank you. Ronnie BIOS, going for a short, but I have no idea. Hey, do you know what though? Having no idea is probably a good way of looking at any type of diagnostics, because if you were here earlier when I was telling you about the customer who brought the desktop in yesterday, he missed a fundamental thing, which was basically his on and off button not plugged in, and he changed his RAM, his power supply, changed all sorts in the computer, and he just knocked his on and off switch cable off. So do you know what, Baden, having no idea, in your words, and you probably have, is not a bad thing. We all should start with diagnostics as not knowing, because if we assume, we can miss some of the basic stuff, and I think we're all guilty of that. Yeah, Pitco, BIOS. Morning, Sweden. Good morning. Blown capacitor. Could be a blown capacitor. Yeah, could be a blown capacitor on there as well. If you look at the one we did yesterday on stream, the laptop, we can tell the customer's been in this because he has tubed the case up, and he's broke the case around here as well. I did say to him, I says, has it been dropped? He went, no. He did it trying to open it. I assumed on that one, because it was booting to BIOS but not booting into Windows, that it was a faulty drive. A bit like we were talking about the desktop we've got in this morning as well, where the customer thought it was a faulty drive, so he's ordered a couple of drives, and I would have said that's a drive as well. But yesterday's ended up being a VRM issue. So, yeah. Morning, Worms. Yeah, start with the basics. Always a good one, that, Tom. If you start... Bear me 1 second, gents. I've got a phone call coming through. PC repairs. Right, so did they ring you on your landline yesterday? Right, so what they sometimes do, I doubt whether they're still doing it today, but what scammers do, if they ring you on the landline, if you hang up, because they've actually initiated the landline connection, the telephone connection, even if you hang up at your end, it doesn't actually disconnect the call. So what some of these will do is even say, what I need you to do, and this is what they use to kind of give you a confidence builder that they are genuine. They'll say, you need to go get your bank card if you think I'm a scammer, and there's a telephone number on the back of the bank card. Hang the phone up, because they'll always ask you to hang up, and dial the telephone number which is on the back of your bank card, and it's to give you the confidence that you are actually then speaking to the bank. And what they actually then do, as soon as they hear you hang up, they cut their voice and they play a UK dial tone over the phone. So when you listen to it, you think you've got the dial tone. You dial the telephone number on the back of the bank card, which doesn't actually connect to the bank because you're still connected to the original call, and then they answer it saying Santander Bank, HSBC, Barclays Bank, whoever, and you say, well, I'm ringing up because I think I've been frauded, I think I've been scammed. Oh, I'll transfer you to a department. They transfer you to somebody else sat in their office, and do it that way. So that can sometimes be the case. Right, but what they might have done, because they rang on that, if you're saying you've got an issue with the dial tone and so on, they may have had that active for a while on your phone. But right, as far as I'm aware, and please don't take this as gospel, because I don't know the exact answer, but I think it's got a time cut off. So if you do hang up and they do not, I think it's 30 minutes. If it's inactivity on the line, I think it's an automatic call termination from BT now, or Openreach, whoever owns the lines. So I think it's 30 minutes of your side being down, even if they haven't hung up, the connection will automatically be terminated. So if it's been overnight, it should have terminated by now. Right, what I would do then, I mean, I don't have a landline anymore, and I haven't had for a long time. I would suggest using your mobile phone, because that instantly disconnects when you disconnect, and looking for a free phone number for British Telecom, if that's who your landline is with, and giving their customer support a call and just explaining what's happened and explaining what's happening now, and see if they can advise you better. Because they could be, I mean, it could just be a coincidence that there's a fault on the line or something else. But yeah, I don't have a landline, so I can't really comment too much on that. But it's better to be safe. Better to be safe. So follow it up with BT, but use your mobile phone to ring them. I mean, you certainly can give that a try, but that only establishes a connection to the outside world as such. So again, it's not my speciality subject. I'd have to pass that to somebody else as such. But BT will have if it is BT or EE or whoever you're with for your landline, they'll have a free phone number that you can call from your mobile and have a chat with them. Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, yeah. They tell you things like that because if you say to most people, oh, your IP address has gone to public from private, they can then kind of use a bit of scaremongering tactics because people might have heard of an IP address and things like that, and then they build it around this image of what you think it is because we see it in TV and things like that. But in reality, something like that is really insignificant to end user. It's not majorly important to vast majority of people because we all work on shared IPs now for local addresses. And they are easily found by people anyway if needed. But yeah, speak to your service provider about your phone and see what they say. No worries, all. See you later. Bye bye. Sorry, gent, it was the gentleman who just dropped off. He was just wanted to ask me a couple of questions about his telephone as well. Tell him to ring his mobile from his landline. I didn't think of that. Yeah. Didn't think about doing that one. That's a good idea, that one, Sharky. I had never even thought about. Yeah, I told him that yesterday, Mookie. I told him yesterday to ring his bank, but he'd already done that, and his bank has already notified him that they tried to take £1,200 out of it. It was her idea to put it on there. That what Tom was just saying. Mother-in-law used to work for Barclays Fraud Investigation Department. I had no idea. Put the phone number on the back of the card. She got 2,000 bonus for that. Wow. I sometimes do myself just so I can pretend I have a friend. I'm sure you've got plenty of friends, Worms. Morning, Chill. Morning, Mick. Hope you're well today. Keep telling scammers that I've died. There's a couple of things I do with if I get a cold call. You'll hear me do lots of cold calls because they try and sell me business stuff. If I get somebody knocking on the door trying to sell me double glazing, driveway cleaning, gutter, whatever, I just tell them it's a rent a property, and then they don't want to know because they know I'm not decision maker. So that gets rid of a lot of people knocking on the door. Don't work me Jehovah's Witnesses or people like that. I find being polite with a lot of people work, but yeah, the people who ring you up trying to flog me energy for my business or rate reduction for my business or loans for my business, I just can't tolerate them. Can't tolerate them at all. To do that, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Sorry, he's passed away. I tell people that when they ring up for my business, because I get a lot of business calls, is that the business is no longer running and is not operational, and it's gone under, and then they'll go, or I'll go, do you know what? I'm sick and tired of these calls. I've lost my wife, I've lost my house, I've lost my kids, my dog's run away, blah, 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 blah. And I says, it's appalling that you keep preying on me. I get these calls 20 times a week and blah, 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 blah. I say, it's damn right disgraceful. I'm suffering from this and suffering from that. And I really shouldn't make light of this situation because I don't do it any longer because of this. And I had this one girl ring me straight back and she went, I'm really, really sorry. But I just wanted to check that you're all right. She says, because I know you've hung up on me. But I really do want to check that you're all right because you sounded like you were in dire straits and really upset with it all. And I just thought, she's a call centre person, and I really shouldn't tar everyone with the same brush of you're all there to rip me off or scam me money. And I felt a bit awful then, so I stopped saying, I've I think you disgraceful pieces of scum for ringing me all the time. You bombarding me, but they do. They just bombard you with calls continually. But I don't do that any longer because I did feel a little bit awful for doing that, and then she obviously felt awful for ringing me when it's only a job. So I kind of changed my mindset on it, that it's her job to ring people and sell them whatever they're trying to sell me. Morning Zola, good morning. Morning Alan from Australia. I can't do an Australian accent. I'm going to offend so many people trying to do an Australian accent. I can't do an Australian accent. One of my friends has just moved to Australia. She's moved to Brisbane. How's the fuel crisis over there, Alan? Is it still as bad? I think Ozzy were telling me the other day that they're giving everyone free public transport because of the fuel crisis for a month. Yeah, I do. I don't own the house. See them walking around the road from the window. I don't answer the door. Yeah. Fake printer driver support hit one of my clients. Oh, the fake printer, they really boil my pee to fake printer drivers, because they pay Google so much money to be at top of the search criteria, and Google know that they are fake software. Why do they let it propagate? Why? Because they pay Google so much more money than genuine people. It's just frustrating. Fuel price is very high. That's not good. I mean, it's going up here, nearly £2 a litre for diesel. Oh, it's a nice one, that, Tom. It's a legacy that'll live on. What your mum did good, and that's probably helped so many people with that one. Yeah, we are all going to get screwed with fuel prices. Fortunately, I don't do many miles a year. I would love to go to an electric car, but I mean, they've just started taxing electric cars in the UK. They won't do it with public transport prices. I know. I went to catch a train from city where I live to another city, and it cost, if I drove, it'd probably take me, I don't know, about an hour and 20 minutes or hour and 10 minutes to drive. So it's probably 50 mile away, something like that. So it's a 50-mile journey. You then got parking, which would probably cost me, I don't know, 20 quid for a day, something like that in a major city. So put that on top of fuel price. My car does about 30 odd to gallon. It's terrible. So it's 100 miles, so I'd call it 4 gallon with a bit of stopping and starting or whatever and driving around at £6 a gallon. So it's going to cost me 25 quid in fuel, 20 quid to park, so 45 quid. So I booked the train. I booked the train to go, and the train cost me £8 return. Anytime return on back, coming back as well. £8. So how come that is? So I thought I'll get a taxi. Cost me £13 to go from my home to the train station, which is 4 mile. Unbelievable. Cost me more to get the taxi to the train station than it did the train station. 100-mile round trip. Just crazy. $3.20 a litre. Wow. $3.20. I don't know what Australian dollars are like compared to UK, but yeah, we're just short of £2 British pounds, Great British pounds GBP for that. Yeah, I think the reason why they've done it, Damlin, is there's that many people now adopting electric cars. They've realised there's input revenue there for them, which they were always going to do. They did the same with diesel, didn't they? When diesel used to be more affordable to run than petrol, now it's probably on par. Yeah, I use that Trainline app. I find it brilliant. I booked 3 tickets to somewhere else last month, another city, which is probably about another 50 mile away. And I booked 3 tickets return, and it cost me £37 for 3 tickets return, and it were an anytime return as well, which tends to be a little bit more expensive. And I know the grandeur scale, but if we'd all gone in separate cars or gone in one car, but I just thought, do you know, for hassle of going on a train, it's just so much easier. But again, it's to and from, isn't it? But I'm not a lover of where I live, and I live on just on a housing estate. It's a mile, just under a mile walk to closest bus stop. And I just think this is why people don't really use public transport in certain areas. It's all right in big cities if you live in the city like London, you know, there's a bus stop every 200 yards, but it takes you 5 hours to get anywhere on a bus. Where I am, it's a proper residential city, but yeah, bus network is terrible. All public transport in Luxembourg is free. Wow. I think, do you know, if they did it for free and they were concerned about the environment, I think that's a way of doing it, because more people would use it, certainly if it were free and better. Yeah, it does. Bagnan, it does do more than that. There's some argument it's destroying roads because they're heavier cars and more traction and things like that as well. So as an overall thing, we'll only know, but yeah. I didn't know they charged. I think it were only something like 75p. I didn't know National Rail didn't charge for that, Tom. I have a rail card, still expensive. Yeah, I have a family and friends rail card to do that. Yeah, I was watching a YouTube video and about UK tax. I'm just going to put this back on. Just keep an eye on current whilst I ramble. I flicked it back on. We've got no battery connected and we're at a little pre-charge there. And they did a calculation to when you earn £1 in the United Kingdom, they take the income tax off it and all tax you pay initially, and then they take all these other taxes off. And then when you buy something, you get more tax on it and this and that. And that £1 gets reduced by 91 pence. So your £1 earning in your wage packet, pre-tax, after you've earned it, spent it, and done whatever, is really only worth 9 pence. And I watched it and I thought, yeah, that sounds about right, really. Because we tax on everything like that. Every single aspect. Right, let's see if this responds to a power button. So keep an eye on the power. I'm just pressing it now. So we're getting nice current draw. We've got fan spinners. We haven't got fan spin yet. CPU's hot. We've got no picture. Just let it go through its post cycle. We've got no battery. I wonder whether this is a graphics issue. Or is it still... No, it's still brain dead. It's a BIOS issue, this, isn't it? Shall we... CPU is definitely hot. Soon African government were interested in public transport, wants everyone to travel by car, yeah. I wish I could find the video, in fairness, Cows, because what he said, I mean, I don't watch a lot of them things, but what he said made a lot of sense. Because the way you were explaining it is how rich people stay rich and how the UK tax system, wow, that's really hot, is against the working population. It's designed to drain money out of the working classes thing. So a lot of it were probably politically minded propaganda from whatever party were saying it that week. Yeah, I'm going to leave it for a bit, just see if it kicks on. The CPU is getting hot. The fan is not spinning, but I am going to just leave it to see if anything happens. I think we're at a pretty much static current draw of 1 point, just over an amp. If you look at it, it's not shifting from there. It is just shifting when I press the keyboard down. Let me see. My concern is caps lock's light is not coming to life. Let me get an HDMI lead, just for argument's sake, so we can say we tried it. Plug that into there. This may not, because not all laptops display in BIOS. But if we do get a picture, it'll be in the bottom right hand corner, which is a black square. I don't think it's time for voltage injection yet, because we've got current coming in. There's nowhere to inject voltage because we've actually got a laptop which is alive. And at the moment, because it is static, we will have a look under thermal camera, but I think most of that's probably going into CPU because CPU is getting hot. It's just the computer seems to be stuck. So it's like in a loop of not knowing where to go next at the moment. Because it's it's taking quite a lot of wattage. If you look at the wattage rather than the current, because obviously current is your wattage is dictated by your current and your voltage. It's taking a nice healthy current draw and also nice healthy wattage, because the voltage, I think it's stuck. It's not being able to load the BIOS. So I think BIOS is, and I won't say an easier fix, but the first fix that I would probably think about trying. So let's try resetting the BIOS, which I don't think these have a BIOS battery on by the look of it. No, they don't. So the BIOS battery is basically the internal battery. So disconnecting the internal battery, disconnecting the power will drain and reset the BIOS. That's clearly not worked because I've already done that. So we'll have a look at that. Could not afford a Lego one, just in their prices. £35 took 4 hours each way. I suppose it depends where you're going on that. Rich don't earn salaries and they live on. Mike, just Mike's put a really interesting thing there. Believe me, guys, I'm not political, but yeah, the very rich people do not live on their own money. They live on other people's money, and they live on debt. Every penny they earn gets invested in an asset which is going to appreciate. Every penny they spend on a depreciating asset or living expenses is somebody else's money, and that's how they do it. And again, there's a few videos on that, and in practice it looks really simple. In principle it looks really simple. In practice it's probably a damn sight harder than it actually is to do, and that's why I'm not rich. Flip that back over to microscopical. So we're looking for a BIOS. Ooh, blurred. I'm going to sneeze. That looks like a BIOS chip to me. Right in centre at board. So we will whip that off. We'll get that red. I'm going to see if I can find a BIOS for this computer first. So if I can't, there's not much point me doing much else. So let's go to there. We can try it, RAM. I didn't, it mainly because, do you know what, Ronnie? That's a good example of what I was saying earlier, when I think somebody put, should we go to voltage injection or that? And I said we should also, oh no, somebody put, but didn't have a clue. And I said, no, we all need to take a leaf out of that and not have a clue and start with things. Thank you very much for whoever that is who subscribed. Can't really see on there for whatever reason because it's tiny. Ohio Kenny, thank you very much for your subscription. Every pound in your pocket is someone's debt. Morning, Sebastian. We'll take the RAM out and try the RAM. We are looking at DDR4 RAM. He says he only bought this 18 months ago, brand new, and it's running Windows 10. Take some of these other bits out before we get into BIOS. Yeah, I should have took a leaf out of my own book there, which is let's start at the basic fundamental stuff. We have a Twitch subscription as well. Bad Nana RP, thank you very much for your Twitch sub as well. What's the Lappy? Lappy is new. I know, I thought that. It is a, if we can see this, it's a HP 17 Charlie November 2500 Sierra Alpha. We could actually punch that number in and it'll tell us the production date. But I don't think this is a particularly new one. Yeah, I don't think it's 18-month-old laptop, certainly. Windows 10 is so much better. Brand new second-hand. Now, I did say that to him. Did also say to him, was it second-hand? No, I bought it new. So let's do what we should be doing, which is looking for a change of state. So because we've changed the hardware configuration, we're looking for a change of state of ampage. So we'll try the same again. So we'll plug that in and we'll see if it does anything different. We haven't got any RAM in here. If it's a frozen BIOS, we should get a different change. We should get a similar state to what we had before, which is it's getting stuck on the post. So it'll still act brain dead when we press the button, even without RAM. Not always, but even without RAM. So we'll press the button. If we get the static current, it could well still be a brain dead laptop, e.g. the BIOS is stuck. it's one of the older ones. I have a few of these dead waiting for repairs. Yeah, I think it's an older one as well. I do think it's an older one. Intel i3, which is sat in it as well. Oh, guys, we are now, we haven't got a picture, but we've got a change of state, and a change of state is always good. We have a warning light, or we have a flash code, should I say. So it's not a BIOS, because we would not get 1 long, 2 long, 3 long, 3 long, 2 short. We wouldn't get a change of state if we had a frozen BIOS. We'd get a similar state, and we haven't. We've got a change of state. I don't know whether I would. My daughter has to really... We was on about this in the car when we were driving out yesterday. Replying to Mookie's printer, printing money, is that she said, "Why, if we run out of money as a country, why can't we just print more money?" And she's 12, bless her, and she did ask the question. She's an intelligent girl, but trying to explain quantitative easing to a 12-year-old in simplistic terms, I think it's one you either understand or don't. So I kind of got into economics and stuff like that with it. But yeah, I don't know whether I'd want to print a load of money, because you print more money. If anyone prints more money, it becomes worthless, doesn't it? But yeah, RAM error. Looking like a RAM error, Ronnie. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Yeah. I think it is supply and demand. That's what I ended up saying. It was supply and demand. We used bananas as a commodity to say how much bananas were worth. So we've we've still got pretty static current draw. We've now not got an error code. Still could be a frozen BIOS this, because it might not be. It might be failing on one at later post test, but just let it post for a few ticks, because it is still moving around. We've not got an error code, which is what I'm looking for on here. We have got a static current draw. We've got 1 stick of RAM in it at the moment. I've got spare RAM, so I can probably go on holiday if I sold all my spare RAM. That is darn right static though. Let's get that popped out. Let's try other stick of RAM. Yeah, try other stick. We'll pop that one out, and we'll try the same slot but just a different stick in there. So I'll do the same process. Unfortunately, this is what it can be. And we'll turn her on. I'll keep an eye out for flash codes on the caps locks. Still not got any flash out. 100 quid for 32 gig of DDR. Is that what it's worth? Wow! Oh! How much are you going to pay me? We've got a fair bit of RAM. I've got RAM kicking around all over. Got some more up here. I won't even go into how many M2s I've got. Yeah, that's just a selection of some of the bits that I've got. I can't get my drawer back in, so I'm going to have to sit on the floor. So we have got SSDs. Don't even get me started with that. My SSDs, because I fit so many of them, are stupidly expensive. Some of my SSDs I was buying at the beginning of last year have moved up 8 times the value to what they were last year. Pay off Chat's mortgage. I could do with all that. A lot of it is older stuff, but if you start looking at I've got a ton. I keep meaning to. I've sent some to a couple of subscribers on chat when they've needed some as well, some RAM and some drives and whatnot, because yeah, they're not new obviously, but I'd rather them go into good use. Right, so we've got static voltage there, static current, sorry. Let's pop that rem out. And rather than me trying this somewhere else, we're on 3200. Let me just try a spare stick. We have another subscriber, whoever that is. We have, can't see, 3D Medic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for your very kind subscription. Hello. Looking for some more RAM. So let's see if we can find some 8 gig of 2400. DDR3, don't want DDR3, do we? And we've got 8 gig of, that should do us. It was all right. So people kind of just left before 8 o'clock. I don't even know who this is. Oh, right. Sorry, I've just had a message from somebody, and I think, yes, it is. I just need to reply. Just streaming. I just had a message from somebody I know, and I didn't know who it was. So we'll try 8 gig of 2400 in that slot there and see if that does it. I will add the battery. I'm not too sure whether these need the battery to do that. Don't suppose you've got any spare HP Omen 150 watt chargers. Drop me a Discord message and I will have a look, because if you have a look here, this box is full of chargers, and so is this one. These are quite big boxes. I had, I think, about 12 of these, and I sent a load for recycling. But yeah, drop me a Discord message. I'm on James's, if you're a streamer, I'm on Streamer One. I'm on James's JFix's Discord, and I'm on Andy's as well, and also Chilling Relaxers, and so on. So yeah, just drop me a Discord message on one of those and just remind me, and I will have a look for you. And if you're in the UK, I should be able to send you one out. I did. I gave them all away. Yeah, we won't go there, Mookie. We won't go there, Mookie, to me giving all them away. So we've got another stick of RAM in here, and we'll see where this goes on this one. Yeah, we definitely won't mention that again. So one stick of RAM. Could be that slot, which is a bit iffy. We will try battery next, but I think with the cycle it's going through, it's getting stuck. It's because it's now not giving me a flash code. So it's getting stuck at that. You added 200 gigs of RAM to your server, DDR4. Wow. Yeah, I think this is just going to stick at that. Try swapping that to other slot, just in case it's a slot issue. I think we are going to be looking at maybe doing a BIOS. I think what I'll try and do is read the BIOS and reflash the BIOS, and see if that solves any issues. And if it doesn't, we then may need to search for a replacement BIOS. So whilst that's just looking at that, I'm just going to shift this big beast of a computer. Oh, this computer weighs 51 kilos. Yes, you heard me right. 51 kilos. That computer weighs. Wonderful. I'm just thinking, I'm sure I've got a HP Omen charger. I think I gave Tony, Symbol Tech one, And I'm sure I gave James one as well, JFix, maybe a HP open charger. That's an ROG charger. Ouch! I think that's ROG as well. Yeah, it's an ROG. Pity you don't want a ROG charger. Plenty of them. 3 of them. Yeah. Drop me that Discord, and I'll have a search through the box. So right, let me get the BIOS reprogramming stuff down. Oh, Arnold is going to be gutted. Going to be gutted that we've done a BIOS programming without him. Sorry, Lead Farmer. Are we still stuck at that? We are. Yeah. So we'll get that kicked off. That's not playing ball at all. Let's try it just once with the battery. We've got a fresh stick of RAM with battery. Let's see if we get any pre-charge. We've got pre-charge, 290. Yeah, it's charging fine. So there's nothing wrong. There's not a short on the board, I don't think, there. Because if we had a short on the board, we'd either get a lot more current draw, it's set to 5 amps, or we certainly won't get 19.5 volt if it was a main power rail. That'd be coming and putting it all down to earth. CPU probably wouldn't be getting warm, and it wouldn't be going through a partial post process. So I think, can't remember what it was asking about injecting voltage. That's why we wouldn't inject voltage at this stage, because it is actually doing things. I know it looks like it's not, but it is actually doing things. So injecting voltage onto there, you'd only generally inject voltage to find a short or a weak point. And because we are actually cycling some type of power, it's probably not going to be a direct short, which you'd be able to pick up with a thermal camera. It's more like a software issue, e.g. BIOS or something like that. They can take a few seconds just to do it. I think the battery is fully charged as well. If we check the voltage on the battery, I reckon the battery's up to whatever it should be. But we've now got static current. So I think it's just stuck at doing what it's doing. Give it a few more seconds just to see if it does change. Yeah, it's not going to. So, yeah, we tried both ROM slots on it, James. I know they can suffer from that. Like them all. They can... I'm selling my old air compressor on Facebook. Still works. And I think I put it up for 50 quid. Just to get rid of it. And I've had somebody offer me £5 for it. They want to buy a fully, it's on wheels and everything like that, works perfectly. It's got a couple of pressure gauges with it, it's got all sorts of stuff with it, extra cabling, your extra valves for taking moisture out of air and things like that. Right, so I don't know why they inquire. If they there you go. It's up for 50 quid. He says, give me your best price. I'll put 80 quid. There you go. I ain't got time of day to mess around with people who want to just... I have a philosophy with Facebook Marketplace. You get two types of people on there. You get people who want to buy it and people which just want something for nothing. So, do you know, if you want to buy it, you buy it. If you don't think it's worth it, don't try and knock me down on price, because I priced it as something I think is worth it. You're either thinking it's not worth it, so it's too much money for you, or you can't afford it. Either way, don't expect me to fund it. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. So I put 80 quid, and he's put a frowny face. Okay. Bargain. So it's up for 60 quid actually, not 50 quid. 60 quid. So I've put his price to sell, you can have it for 80 quid. He went, you've put 60, now it's 80. I went, okay, you can have it for 60, it's a bargain. You just think, oh my gosh. Oh dear me. I'm not bothered about selling it, in fairness. Do you know, if it goes, it goes. It's what it is. Right, BIOS chip. We need to get this BIOS chip off, and then we can program it. So let's get let's get this a BIOS chip, which is not that one, it's that one up there. A BIOS chip as well. No, it's MOSFET. Let's see if we're looking. It's that one there, what we're aiming for. So let's just disconnect that. So never had any intention of buying it for 60 quid. He just wanted to see if he could get money knocked off it. And then he'll probably say, yeah, I'll come, and they just don't turn up, do they? Which is, again, beyond why you spend your time and effort saying, is it available, asking me 72,000 questions. What's your address? You give them an address, and then they just don't show up. And it's like, why do you go through all that? Why do you go through all that? But hey, we're not all created equally. So we're going to whip this chip off. So pin 1 is denoted by a little dot up there. Where's my little pointing device? eBay's getting the same. Love to haggle. I ain't got time and energy for it. If I see something on Facebook Marketplace and it's up for 50 quid and I think it's worth it, I'll buy it. If it's up for 50 quid and I don't think it's worth it, I don't do it. There was a tiny fan spin. Yeah, it does actually spin. Edinburgh, it's getting hot, spinning and everything else. 50 pence. It is actually everything working apart from it's not working, if you know what I mean. I think it's probably a BIOS thing. Well, I had somebody, do you know I was telling about the welder? When they actually turned up for it, he went, have you got change? I went, no, I've not got change. And I think 25 quid or something like that. And he only had 30 quid. He said, well, I'll give you 20 then. I went, you can give me 30. I said, but I'm not taking less than 25. He went, you've not got change. I went, neither have you. So no, I'll just have 30 then. And I just thought, well, do you know if you want it, you want it. I'm not going to go up much further with it. Yeah, actually, you can do Control V on this, can't you? That's a good point. I was just going to do it for entertainment value at Edinburgh, but you can do Control. Is it Control V or Windows V or something like that? Yeah, screen unplug. Yeah. No, screen's actually plugged in. Up here. It's really dark in. There you go. Screen's plugged in up there. Don't need a hamster wheel for cars now. FN, that's it, function and B is Dell. I get them mixed up. I'm sure HP can do it as well. I'm sure HP, is it? I thought it were function and V or something like that. Function B or function V. One clears the BIOS and resets and one actually does it. Yeah, flashing BIOS. Actually, yeah, I might be able to find some BIOS in your little thing. So let me have a look at that. I'm gonna have to find this BIOS. So let us. Let's do it on USB because I do have a special stick that I use for USB flashing. We will see if we can get it up over here. Let me see if I can bring, what screen do I share if I click on there? I share that screen there. So, let me just punch this into here and then I'll get you all on screen with me. It's a HP 17 hyphen CN 2500. Brilliant. Curries. Yeah, go on HP website. It's crazy, isn't it? I've put an actual model of the HP laptop in and it doesn't even bring you to HP's website. That's the one I want. No, we don't want that. Accept. We want HP support. All right, let's press that. So we're on HP's website now. We've not got that one there. I can't identify my product, so choose a different product. And we've got a laptop. Let's enter a serial number. Can't do this any other way apart from like this. Is it a product number? Product number, which is 8X 2S 7EA. I'm on there. Windows. Oh, Windows. Wow. It was supplied with Windows 11. Let's pretend he's got middle one. BIOS. September 25, it's the latest one. So 22. So he could have bought it last year. I know that's only a BIOS version, but yeah. You've got these mixed up, haven't they? Because that's a later one than that one. So let's download that. And we are downloading. And I'll just get this into my downloads folder and we will be able to rock and roll. Stick my little... Come on then, where's my red USB gone? I had a red USB. Where's red USB gone? I put it there. Oh no, put it there, that's why I can't find it. Double click that. Double click that. Let's bang this on a USB memory stick. Yes, we want to do that. And let's extract to there. Next, and I want to create a USB flash drive. Yeah. Next, let's copy files. We'll get these copied across. We'll get this banged in the laptop, and we'll see if we can do the BIOS flash with USB. If we can't, we'll bang the chip off and we'll try and extract it. I can't find BIOS chips on some of my blinking HP, blinking caps HP must be blind. Also bad for using clip. Last resort. Yeah, on that type of chip, I would just unsolder it. One, because it's dead easy to get to, and two, it's one of them flush mounted chips. I haven't tried that, James, mounting the lights yet. I don't know if I've put them. I do need to do them. I've not got them mounted. I was thinking about that yesterday, and I just got tied up doing other bits and bobs. So I do need to have a look at how I can get those mounted, and if they are successful, I'll let you know which ones I bought as well, James, because I know you've got the same arm and scope and everything like that. And if they do work better than the ring light, I'll send you the link, because they weren't expensive, about £5, something like that. You've probably got them in stock, James. I probably ordered them from AliExpress UK distribution department. There was a slight delay on delivery. Apparently they're moving sites. It's an in-joke, guys, if you don't know what that is. But James has got a lot of stuff from AliExpress. I'm drinking cold tea there. So this is doing its business on here. And unfortunately, I can't speed this bit up in any way, shape or form. It is copying across. And it's probably a combination of... yeah, do you know what? It's not the disk. I don't know what's holding it up. It's probably just HP software holding it up, because it's clearly not the USB disk. It's obviously... Russ, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you very, very, very much, Russie Russ. Is he there again? Morning, yeah, morning, Russ. Didn't see you come on there. Russie Russ is the best. Happy birthday, Russ. Let's all sing happy birthday to Russ. Happy birthday to Russ. Happy birthday to Russ. Happy birthday, dear Russie. Happy birthday to you. I'm liking your new set as well, Russ. I can't speed that up, guys, so I'll just keep an eye on that in the background. I'm liking your new set from... I don't know if you're still in the garage or not. Really liking that. If nobody is aware that it is Russ's birthday today, and he is officially 23 today. Yeah. He'll be 24 tomorrow and the next day. It's looking good, isn't it, Worms? Is his set. Looking very professional. This just seems to be... ask our virtual assistant. No idea what that is. It just... Oh, here we go. He must have been doing something in the background. Woohoo! Finish. So let us eject the USB disk, which is that one there, and eject. See it disappear from here and see if it tells me it's safe to remove. It's good, it's stopped all activity. Come on. You're not safe to remove as yet. I don't provide feedback and HP tools, eject. Oh, don't do this to me, you stupid Windows. Just eject. Can't take it out without ejecting, because if it's still reading and writing, or it's still doing what it's doing, we can't. I've got a green light on that stick. Trying to find a USB stick. It's safe to now remove. Wonderful. Trying to find a USB drive with a status light on. It's really difficult. It's Windows and B for newer machines, is it? Right, okay. Morning, Zern. Morning, Zern. So we'll stick this in, and I think, from memory, only certain sockets actually will let you flash on a HP laptop, and I can never remember whether it's one on the daughter board and one on the main board. And for some strange reason, I am thinking it's the one on the daughter board. But we will see. So let's plug back in. We will get nothing happening because I've got no RAM stuck in it. Let's stick a piece of RAM in. Probably need to put the battery in as well for flashing, because it just might get a bit of monk on. We don't know what monk on is. That is, it might sulk with me if I don't put the battery in. So let's stick a couple of battery screws in, just to stop it falling out. So we've got a couple of whatchamacallits in there. We should get some pre-charge. We're getting 2 amps of pre. And we will try Windows and B. So this should take us into a fail-safe recovery. So we may get, we'll keep an eye on picture on screen. If this works, it might go into there. We do have a little status light on the USB. Can you see that illuminating green? Which means the 5-volt rail is active because it's powered the USB. So it doesn't seem to be accessing it. It's alive, but it's not accessing it. Yeah, so I don't think this is going to... Let's just power off. And I'm going to try Windows and V, because I thought Windows and V did it as well. So we'll power back on. So we are powering on here. We've got a power on light. We're just waiting for USB just to give us some idea on what it's doing. Oh, thank you very much for becoming a member. Bad and ERP. I don't know how you pronounce it, but Bad, thank you very much for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. For members, I do try and put some members only content out, which is generally VODs on there. I am a bit poor at doing VODs. Right, that's not doing anything. So I think the only option we're going to have is not even accessing USB on that occasion. So let's power that down, plug that in that side. So I have got some plans for some more VODs and member-only VODs, which will come as members, and then after several days, it'll come back to general release. So we'll keep an eye out on this little light here. Exclamation Maddie, yeah. She's sulking in there. She's been out for a walk this morning. She wasn't very well yesterday. She collapsed again and tried to climb inside the, if anybody in the UK has got one of them recycling boxes, what you put paper or glass in, she tried to climb inside that yesterday because she was a bit disorientated and whatnot with the heat. So I had to hose her down and keep her cool. His commands are funny. You can bring all the commands up if you want, which is... Oh, wait, Zona. Ace's command. Ace's commands are you on about? I don't know. I don't watch Ace. I'm aware who he is, but I do not watch. Right, that's interesting. When I'm holding Windows and V down, because I think on some laptops it's function V and some on it's function Windows B or Windows V. It's actually getting stuck in a cycle of not reading the USB. So if we just power this off, I think the chip's going to have to come out for this. And we'll do Windows B this time, but we'll try it in the other slot. It's now coming to life. So we are getting a change of state with button pressers. So I think it is trying to do something there. That light should flash if we get in access to data. So it's got this 5-volt power going into it, so we know laptop's alive, but we knew it was alive anyway because we can see current draw, and it's not doing anything else. So I think we're going to have to leave that for a couple of ticks just whilst I have a look at this file, what's extracted, just see if we've got a bin file in there. Software, and which one have I done today? I've done that one today. And let me just extract this for writing. That one there. Oh, no, that one. Just whilst it's doing its business, and we'll extract only. Yes. Yes. Failed to extract cab. Why have you failed to extract the cab? Next. Let's get that in the same folder. C drive, C, and BIOS updates. Bang it in there. Right. I'm just going to extract the... And we're going to take this chip out, read the chip, format the chip, and see if we can get it working that way. I'm still thinking it's a BIOS update, a BIOS thing. Windows key and V, yeah. I tried that one. Windows key and V is not activating the USB. Windows key and B is activating the USB. So I think Windows key and V is the correct one for this laptop because it changes depending what age your laptop it is. So I think it is a BIOS issue. It's not wanting to do that. So I'm just going to have a look to see if it's now extracted the bin file for me. And I'll bring this on screen when I can. We have a bin file. We've got 2. Wonderful. At least we've got a couple of bin files there. Let me just copy that and do copy. And bang this on the desktop in BIOS programming software. Create a folder. I'll just find it in there. It's fine. Oh, we are flashing. Yeah, we're going to flash it. Or we're going to attempt to flash it anyway. Can't say this will work, but we're going to attempt to flash it. We'll get the battery tucked back out because we don't generally need the battery when we're doing that. Get the RAM out. Get the battery out. We'll get the BIOS chip off. We should have some little covers for... I keep losing my little covers. Don't know where they're all going. The trouble is these have got... Oh, guys, I bought some low melt solder from AliExpress. Please don't buy it. Please don't buy it. I thought I'll give it a shot. I've never used low melt solder before, and I thought I'll give it a shot and see what's what. just to see if it's what it's cracked up to be. Gosh, it stinks. I've ended up throwing it away. I didn't buy dear stuff, I will say. I bought affordable low melt solder. It actually set fire to the end of the soldering iron. The end of the soldering iron started burning blue flames, and I thought, that ain't good. And that were at like 100 degrees. And I'm like, yeah, it's probably not right stuff. I think it was only about £4, so it wasn't expensive stuff. But I just thought, yeah, it's probably not right. It's probably not right at all. So I'm just going to cover them plastic connectors up whilst we whip this off. So pin 1 is top left. Get some air station goodies on here. Get the BIOS chip knocked off, 35% air. Let's go down to 30%, and we'll stick at 380 degrees because we don't need 370 as soon as it's set at that. Get a pair of tweezers. So we'll get this chip off pretty darn quick because I don't really want to expose things to the board too much. And then we'll get this mounted in the BIOS reader. And we'll see if we can figure out how to work the BIOS reader. I normally have Lead Farmer on with me when I do this type of stuff, but we have some other experts in chat. Ronnie, do you think you might have a BIOS in that collection that I downloaded for this laptop? I was saying that I've got one, haven't I? I'm just thinking about that. I've got it from Dell's website. So yeah, shouldn't be any much hassle. Just going to turn airspeed up a little there. Proving a little bit resistant. There we go. Drop it all over. World's worst pick up there. There we go. We've got the chip off. We'll move the offending article to one side. We'll shift that. I've put it in bin, in fairness. It ruined my tip as well. It ruined the tip of the soldering iron. I was really... Oh no, I've kept it up here. It's this stuff. I ain't got a clue what it is. I'll show you what it does. I don't mind, I mixed it with some solder and it's just, it's horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible stuff. So which tip did I ruin? I ruined that one. I'm not going to ruin another one, so I'll put the same tip on. I'll show you what it does. Now let's just get this knot right down. Right, I'm going to put this at 100 degrees. And I'll show you what it does. It is absolutely... I need my air filtration as well. It stinks. It gives off so much smoke. It stinks. So I'll apologise for its sound, but I'm not prepared to breathe this stuff in. It's honestly, it's vile. Let me just find somewhere where I can actually mix it with some solder. Easily get to. Right, there's a couple of pads down here. So we're literally going to mix it with these here. And again, I'll apologise for it being noisy, but I'm not prepared to breathe it in. It's horrible. So we're at 100 degrees temperature here. It's damaged the tip. You can see it's burnt all the tip. 100 degrees is not anywhere near hot enough to melt any of the solder that I've got. Even my leaded solder, my very nice leaded solder, it's just not. So look, we're not doing anything. 100 degrees. It has fried the tip completely. So we'll get a bit of this stuff, and I actually cut it into pieces. So we'll put a bit on the hair. It absolutely stinks. I've got my filtration on 100% here. So this is 100 degrees. It's because it's broke the tip that much. I can't even do it. Let me see if I can clean the tip a little. It set fire to the end of the tip and it's damaged the tip so much. Get that back on there. I've got a pair of tweezers to hold that steady. God, it's stinking already. I had to open the door. So this is 100 degrees. Can you just see how it's melting? So it melts, but you just don't want to mix with solder. It's just absolutely disgusting stuff. 100 degrees, it is melting like that. But it just absolutely stinks. So you can't pick it up with wick. You can't mix it with solder. It just will not mix with solder. Like a glue. Yeah, you've got to move forward. I've got I'll tell you what BIOS reader I've got when I get it out. I will just show you this. But if you can see, it doesn't even look like solder. And if we set the temperature to, let's say, something sensible like 200 degrees or 240 degrees, which you'd expect if it's mixed with that. Can you see smoke coming off it now? It's just not nice solder. I ain't got a clue what it's supposed to be. I'm just going to zoom down because this is where I've raised temperature now to 260. Oh God, it stinks. Can you see it flame? Look. That is the solder, or whatever they've put in the solder, catching fire. It is vile, horrible stuff. The problem is, it's actually on fire. It is not low melt solder. I ain't got a clue what they've sold. But if we put some conventional solder in, I can't even melt the conventional solder. I mean, because it's knackered the tip. There we go. It won't actually mix. You can see it flaming up. It then just turns it to this solidified. Look, you can just see it flaming up on the tip of the solder iron. But it just turns it to like. Do you know when you do welding and you get slag on it, which is the oxidized metal? It's turned it to like that. It absolutely stinks. So I'm not going to do any more of that because it really does honk. I'm going to... Oh, dear me. I'm going to have to open the door. But that, it won't even wick up. And I tried it yesterday with a lot of... I'm going to have to open the door, guys. Oh, it really smells. Oh, dear me. Oh, vile. I've even put fan on to try and blow some of that out. No, it's do you know what it smells like to me? If I ever smelt it, do you know when your clutch is worn on your car or your brake pads are catching and it smells like that? That's what I would say it smells like. Do you get welding rods? I might have. Well, it said it was low melt, but you know what? You know, it's like sometimes on AliExpress. They said it's low melt welding rods. So I'm wondering, I thought it was low melt solder because they sometimes call welding rods solder, don't they? So I don't know. But it absolutely stinks. It just won't mix with solder at all. Yeah, it's just not good. It could be too many omelettes. But yeah, it looks like that. Some of the images they show, they use it as a glue. Like they melt it onto two pieces of metal and glue two pieces of metal together with it. So I could have well bought wrong stuff, but please don't buy it if you think you're buying low melt solder. Learn from my experience. It wasn't too expensive, but yeah, it's absolutely absolutely disgusting. So let's throw that test board down there and move my snake away and put my cat back on there. But yeah, it's completely and utterly destroyed the tip. If you look at that, it's completely destroyed it. I did try and re-tin it yesterday, and I cannot, even with my tip tinner and my which is quite acidic, I just can't get it to come back to life. Even with my old solder, which is brilliant old solder. I even tried rosin in it to try, because that's obviously might fry it a little bit, but I just cannot get anything to now stick to it. Look, it's just completely carbonized, and it just won't do anything. You can just see it's just not thingy bobby. It's just absolutely destroyed that tip. But you saw how it was even with cleaning it off. So the tip's dead. I might try and reface it on my stone. I've got a little grinding stone which I might try and reface it with, but if you burn off, if you damage is it nickel plated or something like that? If you damage that, you might as well just throw it away. I have got some tip tinner. I don't know where my tip tinner went. Tip tinner? That's tip tinner, tip tinner, tip tinner. I don't know where I put my tip tinner. Oh, I found my little things. That's where they are. Been looking all over for them. Now I know where they are. Ah, this is the box what Uncle Sorin sent me. I've got all these bits from, you know, Uncle Sorin's got a box. I've got some more RAM here. Another piece of RAM. Yeah, this is my. He had a load of new parts, so he sent me a load of new parts. Uncle Sorin. But they're the covers I've been looking for all over. So yeah, guys, moral of that story is don't buy that if you want low melt solder, because it ain't low melt solder and it stinks. Probably carcinogenic. I've just probably breathed in stuff I really shouldn't be breathing in. Right, let's get BIOS programming done. We have one of those. I'll tell you which one it is. I never remember which one it is, but I will tell you which one it is. It is. Get it on camera. T48. Brilliant. I had this recommended by a few people in chat. Shut the front door. I had it recommended by a few people in chat, and it was bought with donations to the channel. So, you know, monthly membership subscriptions, because I think they're about £70, something like that. And we bought a couple of add-on things as well. Arnold Lead Farmer, who's amazing, like Ronnie is, and several people in chat regarding BIOSes. Emailed me, Discord me some information, clips I needed. So I bought the respective ones, what they recommended. So yeah, it was bought with your money, what's generated from the memberships or from the gifts and things like that. So thank you very much for everybody who has done and does that as well. That's in essence what we bought with it. Well, we bought a few things. We bought a Hoover for cleaning computers out, which sits on the floor now, and we bought a few other bits, screwdrivers and things like that. Still haven't got my from Hobbycraft RC. Still not got my screwdriver from them, and they're being yeah, they're being at the moment 6.5 or an 8.6. I can never remember which one it is, so let's have a look. T48, it is the boss. Have you cleaned? Have you? You have a tip cleaner paste. Yeah, I've got a tip cleaner. I don't know where it is. It's in one of my boxes. If you ever saw my office, when you come and see my office, you will see how untidy my office actually is. I know it looks absolutely pristine. You can't see any mess or anything behind me. All looks organised. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Gifted a subscription. Oh, thank you very much. We have a gifted subscription. Whoever's in chat has, excuse me, received that. Thank you very much for that. And I'm sure a thank you will be passed down. Thank you so much for gifting that. Sorry, I'm still choking on that. So Oh, just one second. Oh, it really, really stinks, that stuff. Thank you very much for the gift. Much appreciated. Oh, making my eyes water. Oh dear. Yeah, the agreement with the what I did say to chat all the moons ago is anything we do get, we'll reinvest in the channel. So if anybody's got any ideas on what they would like to see, e.g. any projects or things like that, I'm happy to have a look and see what we want, or any equipment, what people have recommended and things like that. So things like this HP emulator charger, which is quite dear as well. These are about £90. This was bought with the subscriptions as well. Yeah, we get a review on it, we use it, and we do things like that. Similar to with this this thing as well. Let me grab my chip holder, what I kindly got gifted by JFix, which is that one I need. And I'm just going to take my, don't need that one, swap my tips over. So we'll get this little chip in here, and we'll just clean these pads up just so it's going to have a nice nice connection to the BIOS programmer when we do it. Crikey. I can't even tell you how that is just lingering in the air. The oh, scene, sorry guys, I do forget that from time to time. I'm distracted with the with the smell because it really got on my chest. Yeah, I have a fart command. I don't have a fart command. Dave, oh, you've got earache. Oh no, there's nothing worse than earache because you can't do anything with it, can you? Yeah, the morning, Sean. Morning. I am breaking a BIOS today in a HP laptop. Yeah. What I thought was, if we reinvest it in the tools or the channel, and I get use out of it, chat gets to see what we can really get to grips with. I need some more flux on there. Because I do this for a living, believe it or not. I get paid to do this, so it's. I'm not taking any gifts or donations to my. Help if I turn the soldering iron on, to my living wage as such. It is all going to get reinvested. So things like these project kits on AliExpress, you know, the ones where you could make things, or anything like that, like this BIOS programmer, like I was saying, we can buy it, then see what it's like, and if anybody is thinking, oh, I won't mind buying one of them, they've at least got honest feedback, because I'll just tell you as it is, guys. Without risking your money, we can kind of risk the collective's money for stuff like that as well. So yeah. So we've cleaned the BIOS chip up. This is out of a HP laptop. It's got a frozen BIOS on there. Nice and clean. We have a clean. I'm coughing all day now with that. Now, is this an 8B6 or is this a... Oh, we've got another. Sharky has become a member. Thank you very much, Sharky, for that. Much appreciated. Thank you. See you later, Mookie. Are you going to Pilates? I was going to say you're going to Pilates. Enjoy that. Thank you very much. And somebody else. Oh, somebody else has as well. Have we had... I can't see what this says now. It's in front of my face. We have There we go. Thank you very much. I'm sure somebody might have gifted those. There we go. Gifts. Nice. Thank you very much. I'm not too sure who's gifted all those because it doesn't tell me on my chat for whatever reason, but whoever that is, thank you so much. Oh, wait, let us repair gear. Oh, thank you very much. I didn't realise you're in chat. Thank you very much for gifting those. Guys, if you're in chat, please show your appreciation to Let Us Repair. Another great stream. Not streaming in a while, but a great streamer. Check out his back catalogue. So another great streamer for that one. Thank you so much. I don't have any Pogo. I've got the clip-on ones, Edinburgh, but I don't use Pogo, mainly because you've got to hold them in place. And unfortunately, I had a stroke and a heart attack a few years ago, and my you can just see I don't have. If I was holding down for a period of time, you can just see I've not got the coordination or the dexterity to do it, unfortunately. So yes. Oh, did it? Oh, there we go. If you have a link to that, James, you are more than welcome to post it in chat, and everyone can check that out. Must be his first video in a while, so please. I don't think Let Us Repair can post, but I know James can post if he wants to post that in chat on his behalf, because I know they're good friends as well. So yeah, I don't use the Pogo pins because I just don't have the dexterity with it any longer. So let's see if we can get this opened on here. There we go. Please follow that link. Have a check out of Let Us Repair. And check out his videos as well. And make sure you show him the love and hit the subscribe and like button for him as well. I don't know which one this is. I think this is the black one, not the blue one. Excuse me, I'm not. All this is new to me. I've done this for a lot of years, but I don't do this, if that makes sense. Is that the one which goes in there? Yeah, looks about right, doesn't it? Right, just find pin 1. Can't see. Give it a clean. Right, pin 1 is top right. Pin 1, oops. There we go. That's what you get when we're using a digital microscope. You've got no depth of field. £6.76 for a tin of soup. Oh my god. Are those clips for 8's good? I got the 8 because I was told to buy that one as well. I think that's just a bigger size, isn't it? As far as I'm aware. So I've not used that one. I've only used this one. But I don't think there's much difference. This one seems to work very, very well. So I've never had a problem. So what we've basically done there is put the chip in there, and it's connected to each one of those gold little legs, as we can see. So we can take that out and put it in our BIOS programmer. We will get this sat in here. We've got a marking on here to tell us where to put this if you've not used one of these before. And we've got a little marking on the chip as well. Can you see where they line up on there? So we simply pop those legs into those holes, like so. And just bear in mind, guys, there's all different people in chat who might have done this before, who may never have done this before, and have no idea what we're doing. So I know I explain it, but we've got all different abilities in chat, including myself. You can get these for the other type of chips, you know, the ones with the legs on, whatever they're called, and these grab in a different way. So you put your chip in there and then it sucks it down and kind of touches. So they're the ones with the physical legs on, and I'm sure somebody will tell me what that is. Don't have one what looks like that. Yeah, have you got one what looks like this? These are for the, you know, the ones with the legs on, traditional BIOS chips. What clamp down? I have no idea. if you want to send me a Discord, I'm happy to share the link with you to the ones I bought, because I was recommended these because I didn't have a clue either. But that's basically what they are, unless anybody in chat knows. But that's what they are, and they just simply, it's like a pressure fit down, and you put it on like that. Yeah, the soldered ones, I've got one of them soldered boards as well, Edinburgh. But I must say, I've only used this 3 or 4 times now. They're not dear either, these boards. I think they're about $3, something like that. They're not even expensive. So do you know, even if you get, I don't know, 30 uses out of them, which will be forever, the way I do BIOSes, and you've got to buy another, they're not exactly dear to replace. I have that, which stuck chip in, but the ones with the door on top. Oh, right, okay. A little bit different. Anyway, we will get a, I'm still choking from that. that stuff, wow. I was donkey the other day and I didn't put my cable back, my USB cable, so I have to excuse me a second while I try and find my USB cable. I think it's on here somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. A USB-C cable, oh there it is. So I can't find it, I walked straight to it, look at that. So we will plug this in here. And we will get that plugged into here and turn it on. We should see a light come on, and it has done. Wonderful. And we will get the BIOS software booted, and then we'll get it on big screen. That's the programmer, and it's in my Xprog, and then we'll get this on screen. There we go. So we've got the chip in the programmer. We're just going to simply say read and no, we're not. We're going to do auto, because we want to detect the chip. So we'll detect the chip. It's found plenty. It's found 18 models. The model that we have is a, and I bet I can't read this on my, because I put the cover down. What I was told is that the vast majority of them will work. So we will try one of those, and we'll select that one, and then we'll try a read. We only need the flash. That's the thing what we are reading. So we'll say read, and it's reading. We'll know, and it's successfully read. Give me a little beep. We can tell we've got data in it. If you look at this column here, as far as I'm aware, and I'm not an expert on this, there'll be people in chat hell of a lot better than I am. F's are empty spaces, as far as I know. So you can see down here, as we're skipping down, that we have a lot of data in there. So we will back this up, which is save, and we will just save the flash, and we will just bang it. We don't bang it there, we'll bang it on this desktop, and we'll save it there, and then we'll save, and that has been saved. So we want to load the new file that we've got, so we'll click load, we'll browse to it. Where did I put it? I put it in root of C, so we'll go to C, and it was in there. Okay, so these are the ones which it's extracted from that file. So I'm not too sure which one it is, so we'll open that one, and we want to do flash region, and we do that, and then we'll click on auto, not auto, sorry, program. Again guys, I'm not an expert at this, we're only doing flash, and I do this generally with the help of Lead Farmer, who's amazing, absolutely awesome, like so many more are in here. Yes, it does, Sharky. It auto adjusts for voltage as well. I got this recommended by several people in chat, and I've never looked back on using it. I had the little CH, I've still got them. That's why that's programming. I had these things. which so many of us have got, you know, less than $5 or around $5 with all different boards and things like that, and adapters. Then you've got to modify these to make sure you've got your 1.8 voltage and things like that. So I use them, but they're just so slow. I mean, the same BIOS to read would take 3 minutes, 4 minutes. And it's just crazy. So this one I've moved on to, which is this one, and it's a, if you want the link of this one, just Discord me and I'll send you the actual link. It's a T48 programmer, and I can send you a link to software as well. But it's widely regarded as, for the money, the best one. And I'm happy to send you a link to whatever you need. So this one has actually now programmed it, and it even beeps to tell you it's programmed right. I still use the small one. They're slow. Yeah, if you're not in a hurry, they're all right. Them CH438s or whatever. I've had a couple of break on me. Yeah, I still use the slow one. So the only reason I got this one is because of the kind donations from chat, because we were doing them. We did a few BIOSes, and it's getting more now. I'm getting more into it. BIOS, we did one Tuesday, I think it was, and that we thought that was a graphics card issue because it just wasn't detecting the graphics card. No matter what we did, we changed CPU and everything, and we're thinking there was some issue with board. We ended up reflashing the BIOS. I sent it over to Arnold in the States. He played around and did some magic, sent me the file back within minutes, put it back on the board, and we had a fully working computer rather than changing motherboard. Well, that was a graphics issue. Lead Farmer is one of the, yeah, he's the god on this. There's a lot, in fairness, who have extreme knowledge. I know Arnold's helped me out tremendously. I don't have a Discord myself, Gilshot. I don't really do stuff like that. If you've got access to JFix on Discord, James, if you're in there, you're more than welcome to put your Discord link on there, or if anybody else can, but I think James can post it. I'm on Swindon Electronics, I'm on Chill and Relaxers, I'm on Uncle Sorin's Learn Electronic Repairs, I'm on Northwest Repairs with Tony. So I'm on a few different ones. You'll be able to find me on there, but I don't have my own. I don't have my own link. Just let me see. Can I get a link off Discord? I don't know how to do this. Let me bang a link on. And then at least you've got a link to. I'll put a link to James's on because I'm in James's at the moment. Check out. How do I put a link on? No idea. I wish I knew how to use this. Add directory server. Hide. Edit. I don't use it. I don't use it. There we go. Follow James's link on there. Follow James's link to his Discord. Join James's Discord, which is an amazing Discord. You should be on it anyway. And then you can just search me as a user in there. I'm on there. Yeah, if anybody wants any links to anything, just drop me a message in there. Actually, send me a message because I don't really use Discord, and when I see it come through, I'm more than happy to help and assist. But I don't really use Discord a great deal myself. Right, guys, we have now that is successfully flashed in 36 seconds, something like that, 35.9 seconds. It programmed in 200 minutes, so what's that, 3 minutes, something like that. Programmed in 3 minutes, and it verified in that, and it succeeded. So we'll just click back. We're going to take this chip out. We're going to turn it off, which is a switch there, and we'll pop this back onto the board, and we'll see if we've got any joy with this. So we'll flip that up and out. Take it out of its caddy, it might be easier. And we will get to where we're going with it. Get that down. Oh, there we go. It escaped. It's alive. Put those back in the safety of that box. We'll get the motherboard back. Still coughing a little with the I am still on it. Hey, we've literally just flashed the BIOS, Ronnie. I will say when I stream, I get a fraction of the jobs done. Yesterday, I had quite a few jobs in, and I managed to get, I think I was working on about 4 jobs at any given moment yesterday. So I had all the benches and my desk and all 3 screens doing. I was doing a couple of data recovery jobs on the data recovery system, and I was also, just turn this down a bit because we don't want to be that high. There you go. I was installing some Windows and backing some data up, and also mending some bits and bobs. Oh, James, by the way, your recommendation for, that's still stinking with that solder. Wow. Oh, I must have used that one as well because it's on there. I'm gonna have to put my extractor fan on. That's really potent, guys. Sorry. I must have used this at some point for that leaded solder because that's not pleasant. Yeah, your thing you turned up yesterday, what you recommended, you know, the brass solder cleaning ball thing. I ordered it and that turned up. God, it stinks. Just turn that fan off a second. So we'll just get some leaded solder onto these pads here. What this will do is just drop the operating temperature of the solder which is on there, so we don't need to put as much heat on the board. We'll get a little bit of that cleaned off as well, so we don't need that much on there. So we've just got some fresh solder on there. Yeah, the Hakko brass ball, that was it. James kindly sent me a link the other day to it. The one I had was steel, and I know I'd not been using it because it was steel. I just never got round to ordering one, so I've ordered the one what James recommended. So we'll just get some of this centre sucked up. And we should be able to see it coming up there. Probably got soldering iron a little bit too low for a ground pad. Let me just knock that up a little bit. It's 360 degrees on a ground pad like that with a bit of wick. It's probably not high enough with a small tip like this. That's better. There you go. A bit more. I know we can squeeze it out when we hold it down, but saves a bit of clean up afterwards, isn't it? So we have still got a bit on there to hold it down. Yeah, £5 I think it was, James. Not expensive at all. Put that fan back on because it's only 16 degrees outside where I am. But that stuff's really on my chest. That not pleasant. My office is south facing, so it really does get the sun in the morning, and it just heats the walls up and everything. It's just not good. Oh, my dog's whining now. See what she wants. Oh. Oh, you don't want to come in here, dog. It stinks. Yes, that's solder. No, we're not going outside. You're not going outside. You're going to come say hello. Up. There we go. She says, I've been in the living room asleep, but I now want to come and play. You're not going outside.
Who's a good girl?
You want to go outside? No, come on, run away. She says, if I open the door and stand outside, you might take me for a walk. She's not having any of that. Whew. That solder is really smelly. Yeah, I've noticed a difference already with that one. Oh, TFN, hello. Yes, looking forward to catch you after work. Yes. Hope you're feeling better as well, TFN. I'm just keeping an eye on the dog. She's laid up front now. She's only 3, bless her. But she, any regular viewers will know what she's like. Where'd I put that BIOS chip? There it is. She's such an amazing dog. Such an amazing dog. So pin 1 is in that top corner, and we're going to be sticking it on like that. If you're wondering why there's 2 sets of pads, so you can see a set of pads there and a set of pads there, it's to accommodate different style of chips on the same board. Oh, I can see her on camera, you know, and she's going to seat next door neighbours because they stroke her. So I'm watching her on camera, and she's not actually gone off the driveway. The driveway is big enough for like 2 cars. And now she's not gone off the driveway, but she's just kind of walking around the driveway. I don't have a fence or gates or anything like that. And she won't go anywhere. She'll just hang around out there. She just likes the weather. And when people walk by, she'll go for a stroke, and then they go see them. So she's just seen somebody next door now. So let me. She'll just get people for strokes. Come on in. Come on. There you go. All right, we'll shut that just to stop us getting distracted with it, and we'll get this on the board. See you later, TFN. I'm interested to see TFN's. He's been 3D printing all different bits and bobs for his office and so on. So I'm interested to see how that's going to go. So let's just get some of these little covers back on, so we don't melt any of this plastic. So we'll get one there, and I've just found them others, so we will get another one. Yeah, get that down there. These are just going to take some of the heat away from the plastic connectors, what I've just put on. A spidge of flux on there. I've swapped to this Amtex flux, and I will say, guys, I am not impressed with Amtex flux at all. I've been off it for a while, the Amtex, and yeah, just don't. It's not floating my boat. Not floating my boat at all. I moved to the Nano Flux, and I really liked that. But the from Amtex, and I'm not liking the Amtex Flux at all. These tweezers are shocking. I just want my tweezers. So we've got the BIOS chip just tacked into place. We'll just put a bit more flux on, and we'll just heat it to let it sink down, and we'll watch for the magic movement. So what we're watching for now is it just to resettle on its solder. The surface tension of the solder, as it comes down, we'll suck it into place, and then we'll give it a little tap just to make sure it's wibbly wobbly like jelly on a plate. So I'm at 30% air and 400 degrees here, but I am quite a distance away. I have got the touch of a donkey, so don't expect any finesse here. Not releasing from that side. There we go. So ignore the outer pads. There's a set of pads underneath here, and there's a set of pads underneath there. So we're just going to give that a push down just to make sure it is all the way down and soldered. There you go. Can't believe that screen print where they've screen printed it is lopsided. Why would they do that? Why would they put it on lopsided, eh? It's not my soldering. Not my soldering at all. They've put the screen print on lopsided. That's the excuse I'm using. The carcinogenics in whatever that solder stuff is really playing havoc with my chest. I will never be using that ever again. Please, please don't buy any, guys. Yeah. Let me just get a bit of... Oh, I've got a new AliExpress order what turned up yesterday as well, which was this solder stuff and some other bits and bobs as well. So we'll be doing a again, all bought through the donations, the memberships and stuff like that. So be doing a review on some of the bits on there as well with that. A bit warm, so we'll just stick a couple of these on and do it out. I was watching Uncle Sorin. He put a his screwdriver video on yesterday. Bin it. Do you know what? I am. It's going to go in the bin. It is really on my chest, and that's with extractor on and fan on as well. Whew. Now we're just going to put these little pads on. Yeah, I watched Uncle Soren yesterday, and he was mending his electric screwdriver. I found that quite an interesting video as well. To watch him do that, just as he went through the different processes. Well, I've ordered the same one again because of the donation, so I've ordered the same one. And Hobbycraft RC in the United Kingdom are being very awkward. They're saying they've sent it and it's been delivered and it's not been delivered, and they're now refusing to give me a refund. So, guys, I would say if you're wanting to order anything from Hobby RC in the United Kingdom, please think twice, because the experience I've received so far has been not as good as you would like to think. But hey. How much did I pay? I think, well, they were about £130 cheapest I saw. AliExpress was about £110. Then they were selling it in UK with 2-day delivery for £80. I think it was, or £85. It's actually not that model what Uncle Soren's got. It's the new model, the ES15S, which is basically the same, but it's the new model. A bit more torque, bit more speed, bit more everything. More or less identical, but a bit more of everything. It's a new model. So it's the Echo Sierra 15 Sierra, so ES15S is the model. Yeah, ordered it from them, but as yet not delivered. So we'll stick a bit of RAM in. Really going to apologise for coughing. It's not good. Stick a bit of RAM in there. So we will see. Shall we see if it's going to work? So 1 in chat for working, 2 in chat for not. So we've reflashed the BIOS. So if you think it's going to work, bang a 1 in chat for me. If you think it's still maybe something else, bang a 2. But I think I'm probably a good 90% confident I'd be hitting 1 to say that we've done that right. And I'm just going to have a swig of tea while you do that. Oh gosh, I still need to open the door. It is really, really bad. You're not going out. Come in your bed. Just move the dog out of the way. Just if there's no breeze outside either today. It's not good. So we are confident that it's going to be number 1. Oh. Right. Let's see. So we've got power supply off. We'll plug that in. We will flick power supply on. We did get current draw last time, which we've got this time. We've got no fan, so we can't see fan spin. Let's just stick a fan in. Oh dear. I went out for a meal last night. I've been to this place before, and then went last night, and it was about, I don't know, 30-minute drive or so from where I am, so not particularly local. Thought I'd go for a mid-week meal, or mid-meat, only a pub lunch sort of thing. Excuse me. I'm going to be deafening with all this coughing. Apart from the fact that it was quiz night, and it was extremely, extremely loud with the quizzing, what they were doing. Ordered the meal.
Oh, you!
Well, you stop coughing. Sorry, Cat. Oh dear. I'll try and put you on mute. The fumes, I can't express it, guys. It's really lodged in my throat. I thought it was bad yesterday. It's even worse today. For that. Right, we've got some Got some screws in there, and we'll see if it boosts now. Okay, so we've got a fan. We'll see if we get fan spin. So keep an eye on fan spin. I'll turn on. Keep an eye top right here. So now turned on. We've got current draw, which we had before. It may drop back down. That's fine. Hopefully it'll do a bit more than it did last time. That's fine. Happy with that. We've got power on button. We have power on button. So it's recognising. That's a different response to we got last time. Remember last time we weren't getting that. I've got a really milky. Ooh. Right, that's different to what it was doing last time. But I'm not going to worry just yet because it might be taking. Yeah. I've got the old BIOS, so worst case scenario, I can flash the old BIOS back. We'll try. It's doing exactly the same on buttons. There's no. Let me see if it's responding to power off button with it. Right, so it is responding to that. It's now gone to 310. Laptop is in off state. This is bizarre. Yeah, it could be RAM pins. So laptop is in off state at the moment. It's dropped back down. And plug battery in. Let me stick a screw in just to hold battery. Right, so we plug back in. We were getting battery charge. We're still getting battery charge. So laptop is still responding to charge circuit. EC chip is still fine. Do you think and not do a train reboot, etc.? It should do a train reboot, but it's now powered. Right, we've got different current draw. We've still got a power light. We'll have to leave it at 30 seconds to a minute because it might be going through its training process. And I'm going to cough. Right, that says to me with it diminishing in ampage and wattage up here, it is charging the battery and it's detecting battery's fully charged, but we are still got in a brain dead laptop state. Just bear in mind the customer has opened this. So I'm not sure what he may have done. It looks good for battery draw. 2 amps, that battery is empty for sure. Yeah, but it's dropping down, so it is taking charge. Local and DC. Yeah, so we've got battery voltage on there. So that's not a problem. We've got battery voltage. My screen has just gone off. My chat. Wonderful. Oh no, I've unplugged my chat screen. Come back on, please. Can't see chat. Which one's my chat? Is it that one? That one there. Oh, brilliant. Aha, we have it back on. Chat. Drag that back over to the correct screen. And OBS now has, there you go, disappeared. You can't see us. Can't hide for long, cows. Can't hide for long. And all my things have disappeared. I don't know what all my gubbins have disappeared. Why have all they disappeared? I think my USB thing has maybe just gone kerfuddled. Don't know why that's gone down. You can still see me though, can't you? Am I still live? Yeah. Am I live? Yeah, I'm live. Don't know why that's doing that. We've lost some. Yeah, still live. Don't know why that's my. As you can see down left hand side here, I've lost my displays. My meters have just disappeared. My screen went off, which is my chat screen, which sits up here, which is directly in front of me. That went off, but they're all on the same USB hub. But the USB hub is on, so I don't know why they've all gone off. I can still see them. You can't. Right, guys. So we're just going to have to rely on the old trusty one. So we're stuck at 1.75, and we are not. We've still got a brain dead computer. So we're going to we're going to get that chip back off, and reprogram it and reflash it with the BIOS that we had. And hopefully that might bring it back to life. So we'll get that one whipped off quickly. Some of these put back on to give it some protection. Yeah, that'll do. Don't really need that one on. We'll get this whipped off really quick. I'm just looking at the time and I need to get on with other jobs, so I need to get my finger out and get moving. So we'll flash the original BIOS what came off here, and just it might have just been a flashing error or something, I don't know. But clearly the BIOS I've just put on isn't working. Or, I'm not saying it's not working, it's producing the same fault. So I'd rather revert back to a BIOS which was originally on there to to say that we are where we are with it. Not that one. Can never see which way that is. Microscope. The camera had changed to this one when it was bottom right of screen. Yeah, it's they're all plugged into one kind of USB hub, and I think that's probably what just. I think that's probably what just reset for whatever reason, and just kind of knocked a few things off. But it's a precarious system that I have anyway. So the good thing is we get to experience another programming. So we've got a little indication there where we're going to put it. We've got the little indication on this green board, so make sure they're both the same way. We'll put the pins in here, so they go in like so, and we'll clamp the little arm down, which grabs the chip. BIOS chip is already in there. So we'll stick the programming software back on screen, which is that one there, and we'll launch it, and we'll get back onto there. We're not in demo mode, but we will turn our programmer on. So we now have a programmer on. There we go. So it's now detected the voltage. 4.87 volts, and it's USB 2. I'm not really bothered USB 2 or USB 3, but it is connected through a hub, so that's one reason it's there. So we will say auto detect, and this will detect our chip, and it was that one there, and we'll select. We'll read just to make sure it is reading, and it reads very, very quick. And as you can see, it's red, but now this time we're going to load the original BIOS. Where did I save the original BIOS? That is a question. Where I... BH World Gaming, thank you very much for your subscription. Welcome, welcome, and welcome once again. Thank you very much. Anybody remember where I saved that? Where did I save it to? Oh no! I know I saved it, just can't remember where I saved it to. Did I save it to... I thought I'd saved it to my desktop. Yeah, I did save it to desktop. So I will just load this and then we'll get onto the correct screen on here. Browse, desktop. That one there, that's from today. Open. Done. So we've loaded the original backup file, what we did. We're on going to flash it. No, do we leave it? No, we do. We go on as there, don't we? Load mode. Or do it default? I can't remember. Is it default or is it flash? I'm sure it's just flash. And we'll click on there and we'll do program, and program will do absolutely everything. So I'm going to click program and I'm going to pop to toilet for a week while that program. So 2 ticks. Woohoo, that's done. Oh. Put that back on there. We are back. So, succeeded in doing that, and we will flick back off and we will turn our programmer back off. Get that little chip out. And chat's disappeared yet again. Why does chat keep disappearing? There you go. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, I still think it's going to be a short. Could well be. Near the iGPU, bad cap. Yeah. We will get this back on. And then we will try, see if there's a short on there. Microscope. Laptop. Ouch, that's where we're going. And we're going that way. We are going that way like that. So we'll get a bit of hot air on there. Nope, I don't think I've got enough. I need some flux on it. That's what I need. Oh, postman's here. Dog will be back. Excuse the dog. She likes the postman, really. She couldn't eat a full one, but she'd have a good go. Right, Yes, dog. Maddie. Chip is soldered. Give that on there. Give it a quick cut of lean. Is that what on the way? 76 more subscribers. I'm chasing 1,000 subscribers, gents. If you are new to the channel, I'm only a small streamer myself. I started in October last year. And I am chasing the 1,000, and I'm at 924 by the looks of it. If my math works out correctly on there. So I am chasing the 4-digit subscription thing, and I do plan on maybe doing a giveaway when I get to 1,050. And that is only because what I don't want people to do is subscribe with several of their accounts, because we all have spare accounts, and then we get to 1,000, do a giveaway, and we drop below 1,000. I'd be not that I'm going to begrudge doing the giveaway. I'd just be devastated that I'd celebrated it and felt a bit of a high and got to that. So I do plan on doing a giveaway for all the subscribers when it gets to the necessary number. Right. Let me just see if I can turn the whatchamacallits back on. Link. Well, according to that, I'm still linked. So why can't I see my power supply? Oh, there we go. It's come back on. As if by magic. We have picture now. Let's just get a battery in there and see if we've got any issues with that. And let's get a power plugged into there also. So we are drawing some current. We've got nice charge current there. That's going to stabilize at that. We will flick, get that up. Power button on, so 3, 2, 1 power button. So it is racing through now. We've still not got any warning lights or anything else on here. It was me. Volume. Oh, it was you, which was low. Yeah. Still sitting at the same. Right, so let's try. We'll give it a minute, because sometimes they can take a few seconds, can't they, to do what's needed. Close my BIOS programming software down whilst I am waiting for that to do that. Yeah, 924 subs. Who'd have thought it? Wow. 924. Wow. I don't think that's shifting from 950, 960. Right, let's get thermal camera on. Let's just see if there's anything else which is causing issues. So let's get battery out. Just so it powers down, and we'll get the thermal camera. That one. That's the one just there. On, and get our thermal camera software booted. Connect. You should see it appear right hand side. There we go. Scary. Thermal. There we go. So we will plug this in, see where we go. So keep an eye on amp draw, current draw, and we will see. Ooh. Instantly. See that getting hot? And there's something up there getting warm as well. So we'll have a look at them 2 more points. We have got RAM in here. Need my glass on because I've took my glass off to. So we've got a little driver there, but that's now cooled down. Get the macro lens on. So we have got a little driver. That looks like an uneven heat signature to me. That looks like it's bottom left hand corner there. Yeah. Let me just turn it on. I'll have to open it up and turn it on. See if we can stand it up on its haunches. A bit like that. Find out where hot and off button is, because it's probably not at the side. It isn't. It's that one just there. Let's just turn it on. Okay. So that's the thing which was getting hot. That's a MOSFET for the CPU, but I don't think that's anything too much to worry about. Now, whatever that original thing was, I mean, we are drawing now 0.93. We have got RAM in, by the way. I've just disconnected the power cable. I'm going to reconnect power cable. See them 2 things flash. I just don't know whether that's because they're coming on. Get that under microscope with other thermal camera. Let's have a look what that is when it's coming on. And then we'll check around there, see if there's any shorts. I'll just get other thermal camera turned on. Microscope thermal camera. Is it that one? It is that one. I'll just make that a little bit bigger on screen so we all can appreciate what we are looking at. And then we'll see what is possibly getting warm. I think it's something round here. I think it is that thing there. What did I miss? Is it sensing those and turning off to protect itself? Yeah, it could be. Turn on the laptop and check the BIOS chip voltage. Yeah. I'll just turn the laptop. I'll just plug it in, just see if it is that what's getting warm. You'll be able to see. Yeah, it is. I was right. I think if you look on the thermal camera right hand side, that's what I'm pointing to. So it is that what's getting warm. So let's just check the. As Ronnie says, check the voltage on the BIOS. Well, you can see volt. Oh. Can't show you voltage because it's not connected. And I don't know what knocked all my things off screen, you know. Really don't. Yeah, it's not playing ball at all. That my meter Let me reboot the meter. And bang the software back on. I have got some upgraded software for this meter. No, we're not going to be able to get meter on screen for whatever reason. It is just being an awkward piece of poo. So you're going to have to trust me when I tell you what voltage readings we've got. So voltage on pin 1 is 1.1 volts. And I'm presuming pin 1 is the voltage pin on these. Am I right in thinking that? Yeah, RAM voltage is present. It probably won't be present at the moment because we're pulling no current, are we? I'm going to check shorts around that little chip first. I just want to check, see if I've got any shorts around there. So I'm just going to put that onto continuity mode so we can hear it go beep. So nothing on there. This looks like the power supply for the ITE chip. Am I right in looking at that? Because this should be five volts. It's got 5 volts there when I plug it in. And then it's dropping back down. So that'll be the power supply for the ITE chip. Morning, Ozzy. That'll be pin 8 then, won't it? .3 volts, yeah. So we've got 3.3 volts on there. So BIOS is coming to life and then dropping down to 0 because we're not turned on. So we've got BIOS voltage and we've got 5 volts on that pad there. So that must be the power supply. Just going to go into continuity mode. I don't know whether you'll hear the beep. So we've not got any short on there. We've not got any short on the output either. We're not got any short on the coils. That was pin 5, was it? Did I count that wrong? Is that pin 8 then? So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 started there. I thought 5 started up there, so that's pin 8 up there. Is that what you're saying? We've got 3.3 on pin 5. Let's try that once again. Guys, I don't generally do board stuff like this. 3.3 on that pin as well. It's got 3.3 on there, 3.3 on there and 1.2 on there. So we have got 3.3 on that one. And I can't read meters just being silly. It's not allowing me to display it on screen. Because we all know why. It's a stupid meter. Ah, we're now on screen. We're now on screen. We're now on screen. So power off. Plug it in. There we go. and then that'll disappear. If you keep an eye on current draw below, as soon as it drops off with current as well. 1.2 on RAM. Let me see where I've got with RAM. I'd imagine there's a power supply on that cap there, some description. Could be ground. But we might not necessarily get RAM voltage until we've turned it on anyway. Coil near RAM. We've only got a tiny coil at the bottom near the RAM, which is that one there. Needs power. I know it'll need power on. It's what's hiding in there. Let me bang power on. Let me stand. Flip this over. So we are back. Board's now orientated other direction because I flipped the board over and I've put keyboard down. Grab these things. .5 on that coil there. If that is the power supply for the RAM. 1/6 of a volt there, that'll be ground. Oh, 1.2, there we go. So we've got RAM voltage is present, 1.2 on RAM. CPU is getting warm, everything's getting hot. Everything is getting really, I mean, VRMs and everything are getting nice and toasty. You can see on thermal camera. The only one which is getting exceptionally hot is this top MOSFET here, which is the one I'm pointing to. If you look at it on thermal camera, that's the one which is getting exceptionally hot. Can't see markings on it. Let's get the let me get my magic pen. Let's see if I can bring markings out a little bit with the magic pen. Wipe that off. A bit of right. So that is. That a dual channel MOSFET? That's the only thing which is getting warm, as you can see on thermal camera. There's nothing else at all on there getting hot. But that looks like the only MOSFET anyway going to the CPU, so we'd expect that to get hot anyway. With the current it's dragging off. Let's unplug that. Let's change the RAM. To the other slot. Repeat the test. I'll just post the laptop. Yeah, it's posting. We have fan spin. Still looks like a software issue. 2.5 volts on RAM. So we're getting voltage to RAM. We've got 2.5 on RAM. Not 1.2. Oh, 1.2 there. Just with not recognising keyboard presses as well. Let me just check see if we've got a 3 volt. It was 3.3. Nothing on battery because we ain't got battery connected, so that's fine. We've got as CPU voltage, which we know because CPU is getting hot. So we know CPU voltage. We know we've got RAM voltage. We've got a 5 volt there for USB, but we know that's working anyway. We've got another 1.2 which is generating it for the RAM. We've got a 1.8 there which will be fans kicking in and out, so it's BIOS is working. No, I've took SSD out. It's not got any soldered storage or RAM at all. Morning, Sevtozar. Sevzostar. Yeah, I'll check the RAM pins. I know they can come loose. I'll give them a check. I'm just kind of working it through in my head because we've got the right voltages. And 1 second, guys, the telephone is ringing. PC repairs. Is it the screen one? Yeah. More than welcome to pop it round now to drop off. No worries. We'll see you soon. Cheers. Bye. Sorry, guys. Just wanting to drop off. Yeah, I've dumped the BIOS already. Yeah, I had the chip out. I've reflashed it with the correct BIOS, and sorry, I've reflashed it with an updated BIOS and also the original BIOS. Yeah, the strange thing is, it's taking right amount of current, it's charging battery. So we've got charging, we've got power on, it's reacting to power button, and it's coming on and off with power button. If we leave the RAM in, it hangs like a BIOS issue. If we take the RAM out, we get a no RAM detect issue on the caps lock light. So the BIOS is actually working. I have had the chip off. I flashed the BIOS twice. That's that. We've got 2 hotspots lighting up. One looks to be the power source for maybe the EC chip, the IT chip. But I think that's working because the fan speed's coming up and down. And obviously we can get a change of state in it to do that. The CPU is getting as hot as you'd like. We've got all the coils and all the voltages present. But we've got no display and the keyboard's dead. Let's check his Wi-Fi card out as well. So I'm eliminating everything that I could possibly eliminate from having an issue. What would possibly draw some current or power. So let's get that out as well. So if we plug the power in, we can see we've got 280. So right, it drops down to 0. So it's gone through its checks. Dump multi-controller. I do not know how to do that. How do I dump a multi-controller? I don't know. You mean the EC chip? I honestly wouldn't know how to do that one. That's a new one on me. I'm not as skilled as other guys, so I do beg your pardon if that's something I should know. But yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Right, there's not a couple of jump pins on there, is there, to jump the laptop? You know, the power on and off buttons. ENE chip. Yeah, I don't know how to do that one, which will be that. I don't know how to dump that as such. And I certainly haven't got anything which will read that. Sorry. Yeah, we've got a heat signature on, just if you watch the thermal camera for where I'm pointing here, watch the thermal camera this is with the laptop just plugging in now. If you watch the current drawing top right and then watch the thermal camera, you'll see that get hot, which is the little chip I'm pointing to, and then fade away when the current draws. And then there's another one up here which is doing the same. And the one up here is that a cap which is getting warm? No, it's that controller there. Yeah, it's the controller. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it can't be keyboard, can it? I've removed keyboard. Keyboard's unplugged now. You mean remove this little chip? Let me just see if we've got any shorts around that chip. We haven't got any around the other one, but that other one is staying on longer. It is staying on a little bit longer than that. So that'll be his output, won't it? So we've got no short on the output there, which will be these tracks here. This looks like ground. Don't know whether 22 ohms on that coil is right or not. Don't know what that coil's providing. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't take too much hassle to output his coil. Yeah, there's 22. Well, this must be an input then, because it's coming from that fuse. If you look at that, James, it's coming from fuse. So this must be main power rail, do we think? Well, it's certainly a big fuse, so it's taken some round to here, which is then your jumper bridge, which is going into chip. So yeah, your output will be coil. We have got a resistance on there of. I mean, we've got no resistance there, which is good, which means main power rail's fine. But we have got it on coil, but coil could just well be going through silicon. Could always take that one off. Should we just whip that one off and see if it causes any other difference in it? Yeah, it could be low depending on what it's feeding. I agree. It could be the EC chip now that you mention it. On HPs, it's a smaller version of the larger BIOS chip and can be programmed via CH341. If this is an Elite book, it would be on the side of board. No, it's not an Elite book. It's a. Can't remember which one it was. Wasn't an Elite book though. 17-inch. Doesn't tell me on that one. ThinkPad, is it? Can't remember. Yeah, can't remember. Not an Elite book though. I mean, that's clearly on early on in power cycle, and it's feeding straight off the main power rail to drop down, and that's converting that to 3.3. That's a 3.3 power regulator, but we've got 3.3. We have 3.3 on there. Just stick ground in there. Change that back to voltage, DC voltage. If we keep an eye on the voltage, plug it in. So we've got 3.3 on there, and this, I would imagine, is 19. Yeah, so that's doing its job. I'm just wondering if there's something on 3.3 side, what's shutting this down. That's why it's getting instantly hot. And that's why we've got a strange resistance on there. Because again, if we look on thermal camera, it does stay a little bit warm even after it glows. So it's hot now, as you can see on thermal side. We've still got, as soon as it turns off, it goes down. But the other one, which is further down the board, which is the one closer to the EC chip, stays hot a lot longer. If I can get me probe on somewhere. See if I can do it quickly. That's actually getting warm and not kicking any voltage out. Got no voltage readings on that at all. It's the coil which is getting warm. Is it the coil which is getting warm on there? I'm just wondering whether it's the coil getting warm. Let me just check the resistance on that coil. No. Again, not too sure whether that's going through anything. Not that side anyway. Just bear with me 1 second, James. I've got somebody at the door. My dog's gone to seek neighbours. Oh, just 1 second, gents. Oh. Oh dear me. Dog's gone to seek neighbours and they've took her inside, so I'll have to just wait 2 minutes while she comes back out. Sorry guys, that's a screen replacement what's just been dropped off there. Oh, she's here. I've got her. I know, I thought I saw her come to see you. I know. She's a good girl like that. I saw her dart out when the customer came. I'm like, she's gone next door. And then I was whistling. And I'm like, yeah, she must be in the house. Yeah. She tried to come over earlier on today. And I did say to her, I said, no, you can't go over. She says, but him in that house just ignores me. He never strokes me. No. Right, Maddie, come on. In. Come. In. Come on in, you. Come. She's anybody who strokes me, I'm all right. Maddie, come on. She'll have you stood there all day. Have you stood there all day? Just 1 second, guys. Got somebody else here. All right, guys. Come on in, you. Come. Right. That's another one in for another screen. Oh, I think that's 4 screens, 5 screens we've got in today, or at the moment. Where are we? Sorry, gentlemen. Output is coil, yeah, reflow and remove it. 22 ohms, could be the EC inject board view, anyone. It could help. I can look for a board view myself. Sorry, what I was thinking was that coil looks like is the one getting hot. So I'm just going to give it a drink of alcohol and see if I can just pinpoint where it is getting hot. Because there looks to be a bit of a mark on that little IC chip there as well. If we can see down here, when I zoom down, can you see that little bit of a mark? So we're just going to give that a bit of a bath. Because I think according to Microsoft, yep, got that on. I know it is that. I think coil's getting warm as well, but it's definitely that getting hot. Yeah, I don't think it's the coil. It looked like the coil from the... I don't know, I'm pointing and it still looks like the coil. I wonder if there's an issue with that coil. Let me get my more accurate thermal camera connected and just let's have a look under macro lens on thermal camera. Because it's still looking to me like it could be that coil. Right. Just let me point to the coil so I can see on my board where I am. I know it definitely is. I don't know. Look at the coil glowing. The chip is getting hot. Without a shadow of a doubt. But that looks like there's an issue with the chip. See you later. First call on MOSFET. Microscope, yeah. First call on MOSFET. Thanks for the stream. Oh, see you later, worms. See you later, worms. Yeah. Something else just flash above it. Can you see actually something else pulsing up here? Can you see something else pulsing up here when I first turn on? So I'll give a countdown and I'll turn it on. I know one below is flashing, but 3, 2, 1, turning on now. Can you see something else flashing there? You've got there's a MOSFET there. That MOSFET's flashing like it's trying to switch on. Well, if MOSFET's trying to switch on and not coming on altogether, it means it's detecting an issue because EC chip is then turning it off. Am I right to conclude that? Because that's what MOSFETs are switches, aren't they? So is the MOSFET trying to switch on, detecting an issue, and then turning straight back off? So this is the thing what's coming on and getting hot here. It has got a slight mark there, which doesn't look good. But this is also pulsing and trying to come on. Let's just check that MOSFET to ground, see if we've got any issues. Nothing there. And mega ohms at gate, which is good. And nothing there. So MOSFET's obviously fine. I'm going to take that off. Because that's power supply for EC chip. It's not going to work if I take that off. But chances are I've probably not got one of those. But there's no voltage on that chip. Just flick it off. 5 volts. So we've got 5 volts coming out of that. Going into that, sorry. But there's no coming out. .8. So chip is working because we've got an output. You mean other side at board? I can isolate the chip because I can release the I can lift the pad here. So do you want me to do it on the output or the input? I think input's fine. I think it's on output if anywhere. But it's outputting 1.8 volts. Yeah, I've got another thermal camera. I've got me this is a P2 Pro, what I'm using as well. Infrared. On there. It's the Windows software, which is pants. I can see that it's the chip, but the chip is actually outputting. We've got 5 coming in, and we've got 1.8 there or thereabouts, 1.79 or whatever it was coming out. So it can't be on the input side, it must be on the output side. So what's my resistance on the output? Got 3 ohms resistance on the output. Now, if there was something shorted on that side of the output, which would be causing that chip to overheat, that could be dragging it down, which is then causing the MOSFET here not to switch on and just pulse, because the MOSFET's detecting the issue, which is if there's something on this side, which is doing that. Let me just desolder that little pad just there. Snip that off, turn that on, and get some flux on the thing. What time is it? There. Iron heat up. Okay, I'm just getting a bit of flux on that. Crikey, it's taking some temperature to even think about heating up on that. There you go. I think we've got a gap. Let me just see if we've got any resistance between those two pads. Let's make sure we have disconnected it. Yep. So that side we've got, yeah, bags of resistance. So on that side, which is what we were thinking, we've got the low resistance. I mean, that low resistance could just be because it's going through silicon. But that's the 1.8 volt side. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Got somebody else at the door. Just bear me 2 seconds, guys, just dealing with this. Sorry guys, I'm just sorting this email issue out and I will be back on as soon as we can. Right. Oh, sorry guys. That was the next door neighbour. Oh, she's just trying to submit her college work, and her computer decided to stop working. So she just popped round and went, "Can you help?" I went, "Yeah," or try. But it looks like she's got a virus on it. It's locked her out of her account. Not recognising a fingerprint or password. So I've just said you're going to have to leave it with me. So anyway, hamster stuck in my shirt attached to your shirt. Oh, that one. I get what you mean now, Tom. I wonder what you meant. Just a thought. The coil was getting hot. Chip getting hot. Is it still hot with jumper desoldered? I don't know. I'm going to check that one now. Go back onto thermal and get my little camera. Flick that off. So we are looking at that chip there. Got my light on. Can't see it with my light on. Put light on when she came around. Oops. So we're going to be looking at more or less where my finger is pointing. That's my finger. So if we keep an eye on that, I'll flick the power supply on. Now, so it's up here where we're looking. This is the coil, stroking coil now. You can just see top of coil with some heat off my finger. So the chip is that thing just next to it. So nothing. And it is pulling 300 milliamps. I wonder if that one up there is still getting warm. Yeah. So off. This. Ooh. Tell you what, gents, I don't like the way that is. You see that's pulsing to one side? That's the one at the top of the board. That's that one up there. Fish and chips. Oh, fish and chips. Wow. Fish and chips. I haven't had fish and chips. Oh, tell a lie. Went to Flamborough Head in the UK a few weeks back for somebody's birthday, and they treated everyone to fish and chips. So this one here is flashing in this corner. So let me just check, make sure I've got no... But this chip seemed to be working right as well. So we've got a short there, but no short there. So it's flashing in this corner. Bear 1 second, guys. Got somebody at the door. Just bear me 2 seconds, gents. Got another customer here. Right, go. Yeah.
I tell you what does make me feel happy.
Right, guys. I think that's the last one for the time being, so I'll just shut the door. I'll just get the dog. In. Come on. Stop going to neighbours. The cat people. Come, in. Come. Sure, my dog would live next door if we let her. Oh, right, that is copying across. So now we're getting a pulse on this one, but we've got no shorts around there. Gordon's alive. He's the saviour of the universe. Flash. So, do we think I've got a 0 ohm resistor there? Is it 0 ohm? No, we can't because I'm not on microscope. Now we can. We've got a 0 ohm resistor sat here. So I wonder what resistance we've got on that 0 ohm resistor. We've got a 0 ohm. So a 0 ohm resistor is good. And then obviously it goes down to this pad here. And we've got a short to ground on that pad of 0 ohm resistor. Right, I've got nothing on that pad for resistance ground, which is good. So we ain't got a short there at all. And we've got no short on that coil. Do we get voltage coming out of there when we do turn on? I think we did. We had 3 volts, didn't we? Three volts. I've got 3 volts sat on there. So that isn't... Maddie just thinks everyone's come to see her. She just, yeah, she keeps going to neighbours to see them because they encourage her, because they like her, and most at the street like her, in fairness. So she kind of just wanders up and down. Not that I let her run, go up and down, but if she sees one of them, she wants to go say hello. But yeah, every customer that comes, she kind of goes to. What about the smaller caps next to the chip? We'll just check those. We'll go back to continuity because at least it'll beep. So I thought that was something on there then. No short there. No short at that side. We've got them there, but that's because it's ground. But we've not got them at that side. This is main power rail, which is going to that fuse, which we were looking at before. So we know power rail's intact because we've got 19 volts. And we know output's intact because output at coil to smooth it. So again, ground, again, nothing there. And then if we look at this, where it's heating up at this side, where it's flashing, got nothing on that one. No short on that one to ground. They're all connected to the same. That's obviously an output to there. Got nothing on there. These are all on the same track. If that was short, if that was the issue, that would be short in this one. This looks like his main 3, yeah. Which is then going down to BIOS chip. and then powering other things, because obviously we've got a lot of vias here, powering other bits and bobs. So this must be his 3.3, which is kicking round board. Because we did have that on pin 8, if you remember, when we measured pin 8, which was this one. So pin 8 was okay. I've lost crumpet. Did we get any voltage with measure the yeah, we've got 1.8 coming out. Obviously we won't get it going any further because that's other side, which is then disconnected. So it's doing its job. It must be this side which is shorted. It must be that side. So I'm going to see if we can inject a bit of voltage onto that pin there. If we inject it onto this pad here, and have a look under the board. So we'll put 1 volt, 1 amp, and see if anything is illuminating on there. Because that's what I think where I am on it. Because with that disconnected, we're not drawing lots of current. So I think that's what we've got to do. Would we agree? Please agree. So let's get the injection set up. Get that disconnected, that plugged in, and that plugged in. Yeah, concur, brilliant, thank you. We all concur, wonderful. Let's get our power supply configured, which I think is, there you go. We should be at 1 volt, 1 amp. There you go, 1 volt, 1 amp. There you go. That's just shorting them out. So we'll get that stuck. That off there. That off there. See if we can find a nice ground for this. Bit of a stodgy. Got a clip. I don't know why I keep pulling this one. That's next to our neighbour. So we'll just test it first, just to get that back on there, and we'll get this out of the way. Where's my little coil gone? So we're going to be injecting onto the left hand side here and seeing if we get any current draw. Nothing. Not an iota. So we have got a resisted short to ground, but we're not getting any. Yeah, power supply's beeping because I was touching it to ground. That's why, MX. I was touching it to ground just to make sure I was getting a good ground on my black probe. I do know that scene. I do know that scene. It's a 1.8 volt power rail, that. But I would think if I was going to get anything, I'd be getting some type of short. I'm not actually getting anything on either side of that. Has anybody got any suggestions? Because I'm really out of suggestions on this now. I'm not getting any current draw on either of those pads. Certainly not. I would have thought we would have got some on the top pad because that's the output to the board. And that's where we've got a bit of a short. Ooh, can't wait for that MX Power. MX Power's developed this software, guys, if you're not sure. Move this out of the way so I can point. So this Ridden software, if you've got a Ridden power supply, I've got the 6030, 60 volt, 30 amp one. But if you've got any of the Ridden software, this is what he's developed, which is basically this. And it's amazing, amazing software. Yeah, so much better than the original. And I have it on the screen, as we can see. So he's constantly developing it. I've been kind of testing it for him, and he's doing an awesome job. Awesome job. It's even better now. It gets better on every incarnation. It's like the phoenix arising from the proverbial ashes of the old one. It just keeps on getting better and better, like a snake shedding its skin. Bigger and better. Tell you what we'll do. Just because I'm all out of suggestions. This is where we had. Got no current draw there. I've got no current draw anywhere. This is a 5 volt power line, by the way. So I'm not expecting to get it there, there anyway. But that was the other chip which was getting hot. Unless anybody's got any suggestions on that. If we inject voltage on the other chip, like I've just done, that's the 5 volt output. And this is a 3.3 line. I've got no current drawn on any of those. This is the 26 ohm to ground resisted line. And obviously we've got the main power rail here, which we know is fine anyway. There's no issues with that at all. If I'd been paying attention. Well, please try harder, Chaz. Please try harder. This is a 1.8 output. I don't really want to go too much higher on that. But there's not. I'm not drawing any current at all or any wattage. So there's. Everywhere else we've got voltages, and we've even got voltages where we should have them at the right. No display with CPU getting warm. EC chip is recognizing. Does that then just bring us to the conclusion that it's the CPU? It could be, yeah, it could be an internal short on the chip, but with me injecting voltage there, I can't see. Well, your 1.8 from this coil, I don't know where it's going because you can't really see. It goes to a couple of vias there. But you think your 1.8 is probably going to go towards ET chip. We know EC chip's working because it's generating error codes, it's generating fan spin, it's generating everything else. CPU's getting warm. Everything seems to be working apart from. It's like a bias issue. Yeah, it's not drawing any current. I can raise it to 1.8. I just don't want to go any higher because it's a 1.8 line. So even if I went to 1.5, it's not gonna make any difference between half a volt between 1 and 1.5 to draw any current. It's just not seeing it at all, is it? Oh. But it's not even drawing current on either side. Do you know what, chat? I'm going to park this one to one side because we've had what we had on this now, 4 hours on this, and I've got machines mounting up. So we're going to walk on the next one, and I'm going to give this some more thought. And see if I can suss it a little bit more. It's one of them. You talk to people like Uncle Soren, and they don't touch jobs like this because, yeah, lunchtime. Enjoy your lunch. I don't know whether it was normal, but I've tried injecting 1 volt down that line as well, and it's just not pulling any current. It's like the power supply ain't giving any out, but it is because I've touched it on ground. I've tried injecting it at the 1.8 line, the 5 volt line, the 3.3 line, which is up here, which was the other section, and everything else. Just a real confusing one because we've got every voltage that you'd expect to see. We've got RAM voltage, we've got BIOS voltage, we've got EC chip voltage, we've got CPU, we've got CPU getting hot, we've got MOSFETs turning on and off, we've got a MOSFET pulsing like there's an issue and not coming on altogether, like it's a driver or pre-driver, but there's no shorts around them. Trouble is that 20 volt is on a, 20 ohms is on a 3 volt, but we've got 3.3 volts on that line, James. That's the crazy thing. We've got the right voltage on it. So that would say to me it's probably right. 20 ohms is it does strike me as 22.6 ohms, I think it was. It strikes me as being a bit of a strange reading. But the voltage when the laptop's on is correct. So the chip before it is actually doing its job and producing voltage. The other thing it could be, because it's still sticking in my mind like it's a software issue, is obviously we've done the BIOS. Is the EC chip corrupted? That's the other possibility. It's the EC chip which is corrupted because it's still like a software issue, like it's getting stuck in a loop because it is charging battery, it is pulling current for everything else. It does shut off down one of the avenues, but that's when the laptop then shuts off. If you then power it back on manually, the 3.3 comes back on. So it briefly comes on for 5 seconds and then goes off. But that could be EC chip as well. I'm still leaning towards it being a firmware issue. Could be a missing signal. Could be a missing trigger signal. Yeah, I think Ronnie was saying it could be on the other side of the board. But in fairness, I wouldn't know how to program one of those. And I wouldn't even know where to get a ROM from, a flash to do it. There's no other chips on the board that I can see which look like a flash chip, so it could well be on the back side of the board. So yeah, that could well be a thing as well. It could be the EC chip that needs manually flashing, or yeah, say his name 3 times and watch him come. Just gonna get my voltage injection stuff moved out of the way. I need to just connect that back up as well. Let me just bang a bit of solder on there, which is where we were taking that off. But I can figure out where I put my solder. There we go. That's now connected. Off to parents. Catch you a bit. See you later, Chaz. Put 60 volts into the CPU. Do you know? I'll give that a shot, Ozzy. Give that a shot. 60. So you say 60 volts. I can go 60 volts from 30 amps. Do you reckon I've got enough ampage at that? I've just joined my connector back up to do that. Shift. Oh, sorry. Memory 3. Oh, no, don't know that. Cancel. How do I cancel now? That one. Shift 3. Yes. There we go. And just knock my current down a little. There we go. Enter. So, link. Should be back up to 19 volts and on. There we go. So just to clarify what we've done, we'll just plug it back in and turn her on and see if we've got anything different. So we're still pulling the same. We'll flicker on. I ain't got keyboard plugged in. No good, is it, if I ain't got keyboard plugged in? Might as well plug that in while we're at it. That's a little daughter board. Everything else is hunky-dory. Right. See if we get a picture. Very much doubt it. No. 850, sat at 850. Absolutely rock solid at 850. You would think, oh no, actually it's moving a little, isn't it? It is still moving around on wattage a little bit. $860. Let's because it'll sit at that all day long. Board numbers on the other side, I think, James, that's a problem. Yeah, I think the board numbers are printed on the other side. I don't know whether that's why I get my thermal camera rigged up. Let's get my thermal camera rigged up. We'll get the camera rig back up. I'm just going to double check and make sure there's nothing else which we've missed inadvertently. But I think I'm coming to the conclusion that this is firmware related, maybe on EC chip. Love somebody to prove me wrong. Thermal camera, double click, connect. Right, let's get on thermal. Right, so we will have power on, which is that button there. We've got a light illuminating, and we've got nice current draw. CPU's getting warm, MOSFET's getting warm. The only thing taking current there is CPU. And that's the MOSFET. That's actually a that thing I'm touching there is a coil. The coil is absolutely really hot. Coil's glowing, so CPU is taking all that juice and getting hot. Because that's the only other hot thing on the board, which is the CPU. And yeah, the CPU is getting hot. I think I can turn on my you got multi-spot global. Here we go, so you can see temps. Does that show temps? So 60 degrees is that. Where CPU, obviously it's got a heatsink on. That's not the coil for the chipset, no. That's the coil for the CPU. Do we think? Oh, you think that's the coil for the chipset? Oh, because it's an Intel one, isn't it? Yeah, because they'll be CPU phases, won't they? So that coil for chipset, I mean, it's 60 degrees. Yeah, it is. It's smaller than the others. There's two in parallel for others. I presumed the top one there was the chipset one, because we've got one up here on its own circuit, then we've got two in parallel down there. That might be GPU or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, that's a different one. But that's getting up to 60 degrees, is that, for chipset. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen, Moin Kapitan. Somebody did say your name, and you appeared. But let's power down. Fans are on. Fans are on. Which on. That's the little beauty there, which is getting hot. We've got 76 ohms to ground, as opposed to CPU, which we've got no short on. And we've got 8 ohms on all of them. Try manual power injection. Is there voltage on the main CPU vehicle? Yeah, we've got that. If we power the laptop on again. Where's the button? Is there? I say we can get a state change by. We'll get an error code without ramming. We will get an error code without ramming. We've got 0.8 of an amp on there, 0.8 of a volt on there, and we've got 1.8 on Vico on chipset. And then Vico 8.8. .3 on that one down there, which we were debating about. 3.3 on that one, which feeds down to BIOS, where we were injecting voltage earlier. We've got 1.8. That's now connected back up. We've got a power on the EC chip. The heatsink is getting warm. The fans are coming on. It's just working. Don't know if it does. I mean, it's a black coil anyway. But it is sitting at 60 degrees is the coil. That looks fine. Those two are in parallel, which I presume are feeding the CPU. I thought that one was either chipset, but it could be GPU if it's an integrated GPU. Fan's kicking in now. The fan is in. So got 19 coming in and we've got 1.8 coming out. So MOSFET's working, MOSFET switching, and it's generating ampage for that. I'm still thinking it's like BIOS. We have got some new viewers in, so let me just reiterate what this is done or doing or whatever. Right, so we've got HP laptop. Stick a piece of RAM in. And we'll flip it over. Don't worry about the screen, we do not get a picture. So if we keep an eye out on current draw, I'll plug the charger in. We've got no battery in, so it's just the charger, not powered up, just the charger. So we get a little bit of current draw to 2.8. Where is it? It's there. I have tried a BIOS flash, which I'll get round to telling you in a second on it, Arnold. So as you can see, when we plug the power initially in, it jumps up to 280 milliamps. So just over a quarter of an amp. And then nothing. If we press the power button, power light comes on, we get current draw, which fluctuates quite a lot, like it's loading and going through some type of power on cycle. And then it stabilizes. With battery, we get 2.1 amps with battery, so it's charging battery. So it sits at about there, 8.5 to 8.7. Keyboard's dead. Keyboard's not doing anything. We've got no error codes or anything, no matter how long we leave it. Let's just take it off and I'll show you what it's doing now. So we're taking memory out. So we're changing a component, e.g. removing RAM. Power it back up, plug that in. We'll get the same initial current draw to 280, sorry. It'll go to 0. We'll press the power button, we'll get the same power light. This is where it differs. We now get a fault code flashing on here. We were getting a fault code before. We've now got a fault code. And the fault code is three slow, two fast, which is memory. So we've got a status change with taking RAM out. It's now saying I've got an issue with RAM. It's responding to keyboard. We can turn it on and off with keyboard. So we're thinking it's RAM, we're thinking it's BIOS. Took the BIOS chip out, backed the BIOS up, and flashed the BIOS with the one I found on HP's website. I will send you the BIOS file. And spare me 1 second, gentle people. I just need to do this. Yes. And desktop. I hate my desktop looking like that. I don't know why it looks like that. Let's put it in that bed. That's it. W, and we did it today, which is that one. And we'll do there we go. Right, so copy, Discord, Let me open my Discord and send this to Arnold. Here, I will do. We were actually talking about you, Arnold, before we got to all this as well. We were saying how amazing it is with people like you. Right, so then what I did, I took the BIOS off, saved the BIOS, which I've just sent to Arnold, lead farmer, flashed it with the one directly from HP's website. Can't remember when it was. And I don't know where I get my board ID from. That's the only other thing which is written on the board. I can't see any other. There's no screen prints unless it's on other side of the board. And I've not had board out. Put the HP one on, flashed it directly because we had the chip off. Put it back on, exactly the same thing. Took the chip back off, put the original BIOS back on, exactly the same thing. So we've not managed to, outside of the PC. Is that it? Yep, there we go. So even with the new BIOS and the original BIOS putting back on, we got no change of state, e.g. it was still pulling the same current, still doing the same thing. So that would say to me it's not a BIOS issue because it's doing the same thing. So then we started investigating hardware. And we have a heat spot without it, just with powering coming on this little fella here. I know it's got a little tiny chip out, but it's not changed its state at all. A little tiny heat spot here, but we are getting 1.8 volts out through the coil to there, and we're getting 5 volts in. So we've got to pretend that that's working. We assume that that's working because it's actually regulating the... I haven't checked it yet. I've not had it out. Not had it out, Ronnie. Now the other chip up here, which is showing a heat spot, and this just does it for a split second. Again, this is with just plugging the power in and not powering on, is this fella here. And it's this track specifically down here, which is getting hot, which is 3.3. But we have 3.3. We have got a resistor short on here of 26 ohms short. Sorry, not short, resistor to ground. But it's 3.3. And if we follow that down, that actually provides it to the BIOS. And we have the right voltages on the BIOS pins as well. So we've got voltage on RAM, voltage on CPU, all the coils are where they should be. We've got 5s, 3s, 1.2s, 1.8s, 0.8 on the coils. The chipset coil here is getting up to 61 degrees. The MOSFET is switching on. We've got 19 coming in and 1.7 coming out, and that is pulling 61 degrees on here. But the CPU is... these aren't really working hard, but the CPU is getting extremely hot. The fan is coming on and off also. So it's doing a lot, right? There's just no picture and there's no signs of life at all. Oh 0899B, did you flash that file? I flashed. I will check that, Ronnie. Just bear me 1 second, let me answer. Downloads, I flashed. Where did it go? Went in C drive and software updates. It was, I'll send you the one that I flashed. And then at least you can see exactly what I flashed, because I might have flashed the wrong thing. Add to archive, okay. Oh, there you go. That is the one I have flashed. Yeah, did that one. Copied it to an advanced location. Yeah. Ah. Send you proper, get it ready. Right, we're going to take the chip back off. We'll check the chip back off. Fortunately, it is easy to whip on and off. I'd flashed the wrong file. Get the BIOS programmer out. Unfortunately, I'm not packed it away. That's good. I'm going to program. It was that one there. Can't see it right, and there you go. Pin 1 goes in there. And we have that there. It's plugged in and turned on. And let's get the software kicked up, and then we'll get this flash put back on, and then if not, we'll get the so we will go to auto detect, and then it was that one there. Select read. Oh no. Sorry, just need that read. Okay, so we will save that one again. Save it as a flash, and we'll just bang it there. Save as, yes. So we have now got that saved. Just flip back over to here and get Discord opened and do, I've got 4 messages. 2 message requests. Gisho and the board brick. Yep, got both of yours. I will answer those questions when I finish on stream. CFG, did I turn it off? I flashed the one that I sent you first. Okay. Right, I'll just click back off there. Sorry, I was just reading chat and reading a couple of messages. I think I probably did the top one, Arnold. I'll show you which one I did because I think I've got it on here. Let me just pull this back up. No, not that one. It was done on here. And that one. That one. And choose a different model. I started typing in. Oh, I said that. I've got the file which I saved. That one there. cut, paste, paste. Yes, continue. Right, the one I used was that one there. Oh, got a view and see if I can do big icons. Is that one? That's the one I just did. And I simply installed and then told it to extract. And then when the software ran, I did copy and I put it in the same place as I was before, which was down here. C drive, software, extract. Got you. Depending on your board ID, that'll be why then. Okay. Right, so let me flick off there because we don't want to show anything which we shouldn't show from Arnold. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether that original one was corrupted on there, Sharky, as well. No problem. There's no rush from our side at all. So if you're wondering what we've done, for all the people which are not sure, we've taken the little BIOS chip off, which is now sat in our little reader in here. It's under this plastic cover under here. I've taken that off the board. The BIOS is basic input output system. That's the bit what kind of relates to the hardware for let the master cook the BIOS. What talks to Windows, so things can start communicating on a hardware level. I've taken it out of here. I've taken it off the motherboard. We've put it in this little chip reader. This little chip reader plugs into the computer, and then the software which we've just been using then reads the chip and saves it as a file. So it takes the information off here, downloads it and saves it as a file. I've now sent that over to Lead Farmer, who's based in America, who's based in the States. He's doing one of these on here and he will send the file back. We'll then do the opposite, which is saving it to the chip. So we'll rewrite it to the chip. We'll take this chip off, we'll put the chip onto the laptop motherboard and see if it turns on. But yeah, Ronnie, it does look like I had maybe programmed it with the wrong BIOS. That probably explains why we didn't get any different result by me doing that. Because obviously if it's seeing a corrupt BIOS and it were freezing again with the BIOS that I wrote on it. It did say that the computer was 18 months old. Mine's always foggy. It's always a bit like that, mine. Yeah, the customer did say this laptop's about 18 months old, but was provided with Windows 10, which I thought was a little bit weird. Why it came with Windows 10 and nothing else. So yeah, definitely a little bit strange. So anyway, once we've got that file, we will copy it back to that. We'll stick it back on the motherboard. Down here, it goes onto the little pads just there. As you can see, we'll get them pads prepped now with a little bit of fresh solder while we're waiting, and then it should all be ready for us to rock and roll. Get a little bit of fluxation on there, if I can find where I put my flux. A bit of fresh solder. Turn my soldering iron on. I'll get some solder on my iron. You missed the bit earlier with the with the low melt solder. What horrible stuff that was. What I'd ordered from AliExpress. Just going to put a bit more flux on there because it just doesn't seem to want to flow. It's better. Wick away a little bit of that centre. Do you put things down? That's brain fog I get. I put things down and forget where I've put them. I don't want too much on that centre pad, so we'll just wick a bit of this up. I want a little bit, but I don't want too much because I don't want it splurting out all over. Toxic solder, yeah. It's that was horrible. I still can't. Still got the taste in my mouth to what it was. Just not good at all. Now the customer had opened this as well, so there is another possibility that customer maybe done some damage himself to it. Let's hope not. Just going to cover the pad up there and cover that one up there, because we will end up putting a little bit more heat on, putting it back, and that'll just help to protect it and angle the hot air away a tad. There we go. Right. Plug the thermal camera, because my thermal camera is going loopy. That wasn't solder, it was Semtech. It was, oh, honestly. Oh, we've got them. Which one am I using, Arnold? We have two. Oh, them two. Cut. I'll put them in the C drive with the other stuff. Just make it easier in there, and we'll call it there we go. Paste. Plane is untouched, so I'm using the serials one. Wonderful. So let me get that software up. Let me go on to there, and we will go on to load, browse, that one there, and we want to go into there, not that one. No idea what that is. Clicked on the wrong one, it's that one there. And we've got one called Lead Farmer. So we're going on to one with serial. So we'll open this. So basically what this is, gents, Arnold has modified it with all the correct serials. I go into Flash there, don't I? I use Flash. Yeah, so Lead Farmer has amended it with all the binary and Flash. Load, oh, I've done that bit. Flash, binary, yeah, so that's good. Yeah, so he's amended it, and this is all the BIOS information, all in here. I am right in thinking anything with an F is an empty space, isn't it? That's what I was thinking. And we'll click auto. No, we've done auto. We'll click program. And beep sound, we just want Flash again. Press program. Yeah, FF is empty, thought it was. And program. So what it's now doing is erasing the chip, as you can see here. So it's blanking the chip out. And once it's blanked the chip out, it's a bit like formatting a hard drive. If you think about the little chip, a bit like a disk or a drive. It's formatting the drive. It's going to put everything, wipe it, and put it all back into nice, I presume, zeros if it's binary. And then it'll then program it with all its little zeros and ones of information to give it. This takes about 2 minutes in total. This program is insanely quick compared to the CH431s, and they are amazing. Just while that's doing that, I'm just going to change my microphone over, because if I don't, this one will go flat. Okay. We're about 5 hours out of these, and we're on to 5 hours. And that should be seamless. There we go, put that one back on charge. So, it's programming and flashing. Succeeded, it's now verifying. And beep to say it's done. So, we should be all good. Let's turn my programmer off. Let's take my little board out. And let's see if we can get this chip back on. Ouch. Store that to one side. Get the microscope on. Can't see where pin 1 is. Oh, it is. That is pin 1. Right. Need to get my other little lights rigged up. Yeah, that's definitely pin 1 up there. So we're going to be putting it on just there. Well, that were not good, was it? So we'll start that again. It's upside down now. Yeah, pretend you didn't see that. My gosh. That's the way it's going on. So I've got a touch of donkey. I'll get my hot air station. Let it warm up a second. So we're at 380 degrees. We'll just put a bit of heat into the board. Just wanting it to tack down. Put a bit of flux under it. Let it do its magic. Too much. Let's give it a press. Ah, it's soldered. Okay. We'll give that a quick clean off and a quick cool down. I'm going to find my magic brush. It's there. I've got some more lights I need to get rigged up. You know, better than factory. due to the fact that factory didn't work. Can't be much worse than factory. Mexican jumping bias. It was. Do you know what? Whenever I do it off stream, I never drop anything. And they go on first time every time. No issues at all. It just works. So, where are we going to be with this one? Let's stick some RAM in. Single slot goes in there. We've got everything else rigged up, apart from the fan, which we will plug in now. Still a bit of heat in there. So we'll just stick a couple of those on just to chill it down a little bit just before we press the power. Fingers crossed. I've got my fingers crossed, my legs crossed, I've got everything crossed at the moment. Right. Yeah, that's okay. Where's it gone? Power lead. There we go. So, what we had before, we had 280 current draw up here. So, keep an eye out there. Right, I'm going to turn it on now. 3, 2, 1, coming on now. I've got a nice little trace graph. That is different to what it did last time. Now, we've got 280, that's the same as it did last time. That'll stay on for a few seconds, then it'll go off. Right, that is what it did last time. So that's no different to last time. We've not powered it up yet. So when we power it up, we now have a power light. That looks different to last time. That is different to last time because that was going up to 880. Fluctuating a little bit. Customer message through. I was going to say they're on the way. Wonder where they're coming from. Is that your customer? You mean the one which said that one came? If you're on about the one for me, well, I've had about 5 come, haven't I? Still dead bored. Let's just try a. Right. So board is off. 280. Board is on. One pressing it instantly recognises it, but it's pulling less. Do you think I've not made a good enough connection with that BIOS chip? I think it's worth reflowing BIOS chip first. Heat up chipset a little, but chipset is actually. This is my customer. I'm getting quite impatient. Oh no. Chipset is actually getting really toasty. Because if you remember when we were just looking at the coils, the chipset coil is this one. You've got 2 in parallel for the CPU. I thought that was chipset, but James believes this is the chipset one. That's not getting anywhere near as hot as it was before. Do you think it's worth trying this with battery just to see if we need a battery for it to do whatever it's doing? Just plug battery in. Right, we've now got battery in. So it's charging. Yeah, 1 stick of RAM. I've got 1 stick of RAM and it's in the slot it tells you to put it in as well. It says 1 stick of RAM should go in that one. I will flip it in a second. Not getting anywhere near as hot, but it's not pulling anywhere near as much current. Yeah, I mean, this 61 degrees, that chipset we're getting to before. It is warm, but 20 odd degrees. It was 61 degrees according to the thermal camera before. Let's pull that BIOS back off, flash it with the untouched one, and see. Oh, in for a penny, in for a pound. That one there. Caught button on my hot air station, so I've just been blowing 120 degree air at it. Getting quite good at this flashing light. And that one, and auto detect. It should automatically. Turn it on, it'll detect. Yeah, there you go. Anyways, that one there. Select. Bizarre, whilst it's saying it was too low. And we want a load one. So we put it in here and we put it in up there, and we want to put that one on. Open. We want to do flash and OK. And we want to do program and just flash and program. Wait, there we go. Okay, I've seen it. I've stopped. Sorry. It's not. No, it's cooled down. On the EC chip top right. Ooh. Oh. Let me have a look where you're referring to. I can't see. He's rewound. I can't see a hole on the EC chip. I did look for that myself, and I couldn't see one. It's doing a lot of stuff right, his laptop though. If this unshut doesn't work after 4 minutes, then it's not BIOS. Now, everything's pointing towards it being software. We'll take the board out and have a look at the underside of the board if needed. Yeah, it was a shadow. Because I don't think I'm going to get that other desktop done before I've got to pop out and school run in about 35 minutes. So it'll give us a chance just to maybe just whip board out of this one, just so we've tried absolutely everything that we can. I just need to eject while that's doing that. Eject. There you go. Sorry, I'm just ejecting a hard drive I was doing for a customer for data recovery. That's the only reason I was doing that whilst we were there, because I just remember they're coming to pick that back up. And we have a beep, and that said it succeeded successfully. So we'll go back to there, we'll turn that off, we'll take that out. Get the laptop back so we can get this on. That's the beauty that we are aiming for. Don't do this without it falling off this time. We're into that area just there. Get the hot air. Come to the band metal gutter drain. What? Oh my gosh. I think chipset is cooked. Yeah, it could well be that with how much current it was taking. Got a bit of heat onto the board. Let's get a little bit of flux under that. Now it's tacked down. There's one good thing, at least it's letting me practice me soldering. Look at that, can't believe they've put screen printing on lopsided again. I think I said that earlier, nobody believed me then. Ouch. There you go. See the little wiggle, the magic wiggle wiggle. And we soldered. Quite a bit warmer than it was last time. So I'm just going to not bother cleaning it too much because I'm not convinced or not happy that. So I'm just going to put my little handheld fan on. So we will see if we can give this a blow off. I'll just put you on mute a second because I don't want to deafen you guys with this. It's noisy. All right, so we've now got another new BIOS. Yeah, one stick of RAM in the correct slot it should be in. We'll plug it in and turn it on and we'll see where we go. So we've got a little bit of, we've got 280, same as we had before. I doubt it's, tell me BIOS chip. Oh wait. Where is the BIOS? Oh wait, we've got quite, maybe heat build upon the chipset, what happens when the board is thinner, and we are learning things, it's all good. Yeah, it is. I think we're all learning lots on this one. It is proving to be a little bit. Did the thermal view of the chipset? I've not looked at that one yet. Not yet, I suggested it. Yeah, that's next. Tell me BIOS chip. The BIOS chip is, you can't really see the BIOS chip, the writing's, the writing's all worn off it, in fairness. But that's about as clear as we're going to get on the, I know it's upside down. I'll check the thermals. Are you sure chipset coil is black colour and not discoloured? No, it's definitely black. It's a completely different coil altogether. Completely different one altogether. Anyway, we are sat at 0. We are sat at 0 current draw on there. So let's flip it over and see what it is. Let's get that open. Actually, if we do it this way, at least we can see the power button. So we're looking for caps lock light and we're looking for power. So press power. We've got instant response 240 on there. This is different to what it was doing before. It was actually going up to 800 before with original BIOS on. So this is doing something different to what it was doing before. Still not working, but it's doing something different. And we've still got dead. We've got a little LED here, and it's still. But we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Four minutes. ME is rebuilding. Okay. We will leave it for 4 minutes. Well, just while that's rebuilding then, I'll take the opportunity and just pop for a quick comfort break. Any change? Still 230, 240. I think it's trying. Battery's not in. Do you want the battery in? Let me stick the battery in. I'll stick a screw in as well, just to hold the battery. It's on then off, but after 4 minutes it's supposed to boot unless they've changed. I don't think we've got a screen issue, mainly because the cap lock light's still dead. So it's still non-responsive on there. I'll just turn the lights up so we can see if there's any. And I'll shut the door. I'm as dark as I can make this room now. So at least we'll be able to see if there's any anything coming on. Redo power cord. Well, we're on battery now, remember. All right, so we're powered off. I kind of zoom down to that. You'll be able to see a combination of the screen and power button. So power cord in now. Charge current straight away. I've not turned on yet. So it's detecting that. And that's just going down. We have got charge voltage as well. I did measure the battery at 13.7 or whatever. Right, so we've got power light. We've got a power light on right hand side. Just trust me on that. We've got a white light on power, and we've got an orange on the power. We've got orange there, and we've got a white here. The white here is hard. I don't know what that white one's for, in fairness. But we've got orange there, and we've got white there. So it's detecting things like that. Focus. And then it just sits at that static power. Fans are kicking in and out on the... Well, fans aren't kicking out because it's not getting as hot now, not getting anywhere near as hot now. That chipset was getting to, or that coil was getting to 61 degrees, which obviously causing fans to kick in. But the little LED light on here, nothing. So you think it's chipset rather than EC chip? Yeah. Well, I was thinking it could be a programming issue on EC chip, like a firmware issue. But with the amount of power being drawn through that MOSFET, so should we just whip the heatsink off and see if we've got any thermal signatures there? I'll just put the lights back on because I don't think this is actually doing anything. We will leave it plugged in, but I'll just put lights back on. We'll take this. Can't break something that's already broke. That's what they say, don't they? So we'll take the whatchamacallit off. Heatsink. So there's only 4 screws for heatsink on here. 1, 2, 3, 5. Right, so the one which is getting a really, or was getting really toasty. And it's really difficult for you people to see. I'll see if I can hold it up. Can you see that bottom one, that black one? R222337. It is actually a different one altogether. That MOSFET there to the right of it was getting warm, and then that was getting hot, 61 degrees under thermal camera. But at the time, it was pulling 0.8 of an amp. We've got voltages on them all. I'm wondering whether we've still got voltage on that because it's not really pulling anything. Voltage DC. Yeah, we've still got us 1.8 volt on there. And these were 0.8. Ah, we've now not got CPU voltage. Didn't see power fluctuating. Did you see something I didn't? We've not got any picture, and it's still stuck in the same state as it was before. Ah, I had wrong BIOS. It's sleep, okay. Yeah, nothing. But we'll still get the change of state if we take the RAM out. It'll show an error code with RAM out. It'll say RAM's missing with, you know, with flash code on caps locks. But yeah, there's no CPU. We've got 3.3 there, which we had. CPU is still getting wham, but not significantly. We've now not got RAM voltage. Have they gone off? No. We are missing some voltages now. We've got 1.8 there, which is right for chipset. We've not got any CPU. We had 0.8 volts there before. We've not got anything there. We've got 1.8 there, which we did have before. We should have 5 volts here. We have. We've got 3.3 there. I think we had, did we have 5 here as well? I can't remember. No, 3.3 there. That runs down to BIOS. So BIOS is getting its voltage. But we are now missing, I think we had 5 on this one here. Yeah. We are missing RAM. Let me take battery out then, because I don't think battery is making any difference to its state. Just means I can easily take power off if I haven't got a battery in. Let me take that off. Still quite wet, that thermal paste. You can tell it's not overly used, overly old. I know we were saying that zoom out. That this coil here is chipset here, but I would have thought if those here are CPU, this would be chipset, seeing as that's chipset down there. Am I right in thinking that? And this will be, I don't know what else that'd be though. PV battery. Motherboard. I don't know what motherboard number is, James. That's the problem. They only it's got to be hidden on the other side. Let me whipboard out. These are those intermittent awkward problems, aren't they? These, which you just think, oh, why did I start? This way we turn it over and it's got water damage on the other side, isn't it? What customer didn't bother telling me, and that's why he took it to pieces. Because he dropped it in bath. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know. I'm getting all giddy then, but that were me. It's just a bit of flux from where we've been soldering. Let me give that a clean. I'm like, what the hell's that? And it was just me. I mean, board looks warped, but again, we're not going to hold that against it. We have a board number at least. Gosh, it's cooking in this office. Tweezers. Let's get that sticker off and put that sticker somewhere else. Okay. So that's the information that I have. Can't see a hole in anything. I will give you gents the heads up. I have got, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes at very most before I need to shoot on school run. Just make sure you are on a live video, and if there's anybody sat in chat who's not hit that like or subscribe button, it's very much appreciated. I'm chasing 1,000 subs. Good afternoon, Scott Hannon. Is it Scott Hannon? Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Scott. Yeah, it leaked through. Did that, Arnold? Hannah. Ah, here we go. Scott Hannah. Good afternoon. We've got an interesting one we've been working on for far too long. Five and a quarter hours now. Just trying to get to the bottom of this one. Let's I'm going to take the power. Oh, my telephone was ringing. 2 ticks, guys. Oh, dear me. PC repairs. No, it's I did quite a few more stages than I tried anyway or said. So there's nothing else that I could do. The only thing you could do is send it for forensic recovery, but because the way they are, there's really nothing else. But what you've got about 6,000 out of the 8, have you? Okay. Okay. They could be shadow copies from the original drive. You see, so they might not necessarily all open anyway because they could have been. There's a greater chance for them to be overwritten because your operating system sees them as empty space, so you're not guaranteed as much.
It could well be, yeah, because if they are shadow folders, they're just kind of duplicates of duplicates of duplicates, so your operating system makes them. There's a lot of ways, yeah, but there's nothing else that I could feasibly do. But I think with the way the data's stored on there, and with the damage which was on it, I don't think there's any way of reconstructing much more. Even if you went to forensic recovery level, which is going to cost many hundreds of pounds, for something like that, you're probably looking at, I don't know, £700-800 upwards. I would have thought, 700 to 800 upwards. It's not somebody I would recommend. I couldn't recommend somebody to do that. Not for what you wanted to do. There are some very specialised people, but it's whether you believe what they tell you, e.g. you believe the hype on their websites, because a lot of companies will say, yeah, they can do this, this and this, and they'll take lots of money off you, and they might not deliver what you needed them to do. I won't say there's charlatans out there, but there's some companies which aren't as good as others. So that's why I used to partner with one down in Wales, but it ended up that they were not as good as they were telling me they were, and a couple of business customers had bad experiences, so I binned them off. And yeah, I don't recommend anybody anymore. It is a case of just kind of doing lots and lots of research to see if there can be one which is reputable. Yeah, that's the thing, and then it's just going to be a case of reading reviews and things like that, and see how comfortable you are if you do speak to them, and see what they're willing to offer and what they can do and what progress they're going to make and whatnot. But to do it on a memory card like you've got, it's a lot more specialised, because they're going to have to sand the chip back. You get rid of the silicon to get down to the actual pads underneath, and then actually connect directly to the pads with special probes, and then read the chip in that fashion, but read it for the direct memory rather than anything else. I'm not aware of any round here. There used to be one in not too far away, but those had really bad reputation, so I think they've now closed down. So there's not any that I am aware of round here, let's put it like that. I get asked it quite often, but certainly for business and things like that. But yeah, there's not one I would put my name to and want to hold my hand up and say good of them, because they're brilliant. I just haven't got the confidence in a lot of them. As long as you don't keep turning it on, it's not going to degrade any further. But again, with the white type of damage on it anyway, it's the limiting factor being it's already damaged rather than the actual connection method, because they'll try a different way of connecting to the chip rather than through the standard pins. But obviously, if the data is still corrupted and damaged, they're only going to get data which is corrupted and damaged, if you see what I mean. So you're only going to get as good as what's on there. If I've got what's on there and it's still bad, they're only going to get bad information anyway. So you might find that you can spend £500, £600, £700, £800 upwards, and it's going to be the same thing. Yes, and they might recover less, because obviously every time it does it, every time the item's switched on or powered up, you can lose even more. So they might even recover less than what I managed to recover. And as I say, you then still might fix with it. So you need to just be double sure that you're going into it with your eyes open. There's no magic wand, unfortunately, with it. Not with the type you've got. If it was a different type of storage medium, a drive or disk or something like that, you've got a better chance. But with it being a memory card like it is, and it's a storage issue rather than a controller issue, it's just basically degrading. They're as safe as anybody else. Yeah, I mean, they're as safe as anybody else. I mean, I adhere to, you know, GDPR and, you know, data protection regulations, and they should be doing the same. Certainly on the website, like on mine, you'll see all the all the information regarding that. So they should be doing exactly the same, and you would expect a reputable company, as long as you go to one, will be ticking all the right boxes for all that anyway. Yeah, make sure you eject it. Mainly because if you just take it out and you don't eject it, you could lose things, because Windows might still be reading or writing to the sector of the actual information. So if you take it out halfway through, it can corrupt the data. So always make sure you eject any USB device or anything like that. The second one is the primary target, so you click on that one. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I would say that that's probably summed it up in a nutshell, yeah. No worries, have a good day. Bye bye now. Sorry, guys. I'm just getting the power lead out. Sorry, that was somebody I did some work for, data recovery, last week. Managed to get 8,000 photos back, but there's quite a lot of corruption in it. But it was off a camera SD card out of a mobile phone. So it was a 16 gigabyte card, and in total I got 64 gigabytes, which is not uncommon for data recovery. And I did say, look, there's going to be, even if you only got 16 gigabytes back, there's going to be a lot of corruption, because chances are memory card wouldn't have been full, and there's going to be a lot of duplication. To get 4 times the amount back, you're going to have so much more stuff. So out of the 8,000 photos, 2,000 don't open, I think she was saying. So personally, I think 6,000 from 8,000 is a good result. But she was just inquiring whether she could send it for further recovery. But the card was reading, the connection issue was present, you know, it was okay. It just, all the data was corrupted. So, like you heard me say, I think if you went for forensic recovery, she's going to be spending an awful lot of money and probably not getting any more, and possibly less, because obviously if they've got to do the same process, it puts more stress on the actual NAND flash on there. So yeah. But anyway, what was I saying? She did offer to bring it back to me and do it all again. That's what she said originally. Yeah, I'll pay you again to do it all again. Well, I'm not really going to be able to get any more than I've got, so there's no point doing it again. There's no point charging her. I'm not doing it for money, if you know what I mean. So anyway, maybe a no fix, but let's see. I think CPU is cooked or BGA. I'm not doing that again. I think reflow is the only chance it may have. Your CPU is dead, yeah. The board on those HP 11 gens are very thin, then reflow should be fast. True, are you using the webcam mic? Oh, sorry, I moved do beg your pardon, I'm using my mic. I took it off my jumper just so you can hear my side of conversation, not the telephone. I took it off my jumper. Do beg your pardon on that, Russ. Yeah, it's just so you can't hear other side of phone conversation, you can just hear mine on there. I've been caught out in the past with losing pictures, so I have every photo backed up in loads of places. I don't think you can be too careful. I've got, I think, 5 data recovery jobs in at the moment, and in fairness, I have got a lot of data back for people over the last few days, but not every egg's a bird. It doesn't always work like that, does it? Unfortunately.
Right, let's quickly get this rigged back up, and let's see if we've got any other heat spots. Click on there, double click there, and get this plugged into that off. So we haven't got a heatsink on. I'm going to put thermal camera on. We are looking at an overview. That's the CPU, obviously. BIOS is around here. We're getting a heat spark, so I'll just power it now. Can you see that? Those are the two things which we're lighting up. So that's a coil. That there is a coil. So we'll have a look under the thing there. We will see when it decides to play ball. Right. I'm looking there, so I need to go around there. Find it on with my finger. Right, so that little chip there is the power regulator. That chip is taking 5 volts in at this side and then passing 1.8 through, and you can see when it shuts off, then the warmest thing on the board becomes that. So for all intents and purposes, that is working. It could be a solder joint. Yeah, it's got a slight curve in it as the board. Only a slight one, but I think in the chassis I can't see it being anything else. Now that is the other chip. This is the other chip what we've got, which is at the top of the board, which is providing, I just don't like where the heat signature is on that. You see where the heat signature is in the top corner? So if we turn power off, this isn't powering the board on, this is just putting power to the board. You can see it flashes all the chip. All the chip actually flashes for a split second. Try and keep it in right focal length. On. And then it goes off. But it stabilizes. I have 3 volts coming out of this chip. Then it stabilizes. So we can see that that is absolutely right. So off again. On. We'll see the morning sun. And then it goes off. Then it'll come back on and sit on. Yeah, it seems fine. The regulator, sorry, the coil for find this. Right, this is the coil for the chipset, which was getting really, really hot. So we do the same on here. The chipset coil is now, there's no, even the MOSFET next to it, it's not particularly getting hot, which is this one here. I've only got about a minute and a half before I've got to shoot. The CPU is not doing anything and everything else. So I'm just going to try and power it with the keyboard. So just stay on that screen 2 ticks. There's nothing on the back of the board, not a chip in sight on the back of the board, by the way. So there's nothing on the back of the board which is going to bear any significance to what we need to do. So let me just power it off and plug the keyboard in really quickly. I've got about 45 seconds. So it will be a very quick goodbye when I go, but we'll try our best. So we'll flick that back on. We'll come back down there. You'll see the thing up here flash on. There we go. We'll see this one stay on. This is 5 in and 1.8 out. This little thing here, now I'm going to try and open it and just press the power button. Now we've got the thing connected and power button is now on. The CPU is getting warm in the corner. Coil for the chipset is here, getting warm. That little thing up there is working fine. We are getting voltages out. EC chip is fine. Little regulator has cooled down now to where it was. There is nothing on there I can see having an issue. Yeah, CPU does seem hot on the corner, but not excessively hot. It's dropped off on current now. It's gone down to 0.5 of an amp, so it's like it's switched off. I wonder if CPU overheated itself and went off. Let me just try turning it on again. That's interesting. It's gone off altogether now. This is going to be last attempt at powering on because I do need to go. So focusing on CPU, it's getting hot in the corner. Yeah, I can still touch it. It's 30. Forget about what that's saying. It's not that hot. That is not 60 degrees. Oh, wait there. I tell you what, up there is absolutely toasting. The IHS, which is what you can see the outline of, is cold. That top corner there is burning red hot to the fact that I cannot touch that. I'm going to show you very quickly under the microscope, and then I'm going. I've got to go because I will be late. So, IHS freezing cold. Here, this section here, I can't hold it. CPU's gone. Yeah. Yeah, it is still the same one. Yeah, it should be more even. Everything else on there is touchable apart from that very top corner on there. Very top corner. Right, guys, I am really, really sorry, but I have to shoot because I have got I've got a skull collection to do on there. So thank you so much to everybody who's helped. I will put a redirect on just to see if we can get so we can pass the raid across. I think Andy raided me yesterday, so what we might try and do is just, if Andy's still live, we will just flick over to go to YouTube Studio, and I keep forgetting how to do this, so I might not be able to do it in time. Live, click on my video. No, can't remember how to do it. So thank you very much, guys. I'll say my goodbyes as I am trying to do this. If I get this done in time, brilliant. If I can't, well, how it's in content, I have figured it out now. Live in here, and we'll just bang a redirect in. So thank you to everybody who has helped. Thank you to everybody who's joined, who's subscribed, who's done everything else to help me today. And thank you so much to everybody for watching. I can't see anybody live to put a redirect to. So does that mean nobody's live? Oh, yeah, can't see anybody live, so I can't put it live. So I'm going to end the stream there, guys, because I do have to shoot, unfortunately. So thank you so much to everybody. I need to shoot off for school run, and we'll catch you all later. I'll let you know how we go with this one, but I think it's CPU, which is dead now. So I'll let you know how we go. Thanks again, guys. See you later. Bye-bye.